Welcome back. Welcome back. Smack that like button on the way in. What's going on, crypto? In the description of the video of the live, you have the WAP link to get your family roll. There you go. Neve beat me to it. Appreciate you, Neve.
Found me a coffee place with Bitcoin.
Nice.
I gotta give them $350.
I see how.
I think we're still slowly moving down, yo. First sign that anything's changed is if we take out that M invalidation. Other than that, slow grinding. You get your lights turned off though? I've been there before. Yeah, you just gotta pay the bill. The light comes back on. It takes a little bit of time. Sometimes they gotta send somebody out. It's about time to go put this stupid shit in my eye again.
So that happened to my neck.
We're getting old, gang.
I got a crook in it now.
Just waking up with random shit wrong with us. This is what Pops was talking about back in the day.
I just had my woman rub icy hot on my neck. I think it's helping. So I wonder how that thing works. I'm gonna go buy a coffee with Bitcoin tomorrow.
From what I read, you just buy it and then you're credited the worst case scenario. You go buy coffee and they don't give you shit, right? That's like your downside risk here.
I'm trying to figure it out to like transfer the Bitcoin from Cash App to their Bitcoin wallet. And just get their Bitcoin address to their Cash App and send
Yeah.
it to them, I guess.
Yeah.
The easiest is to use the Maestro card of Revolut. You just select your crypto and works perfectly.
What?
Use Revolut.
He's talking about the little airdrop thing that Coinbase is. I mean that Cash App is having though.
Oh, I
Make
don't
it
have
work.
Cash App.
Yeah. There's a deal going on now. Like if you buy $10 in Bitcoin, they give you 5, and then if you go spend the Bitcoin, they give you $25 in Bitcoin. Like this little promotion they're doing with Square.
And it's only $25 if you buy a complete Bitcoin, you get a half of
No.
Bitcoin. Or...
You buy $10 worth of Bitcoin, and they give you $5 worth of Bitcoin. That's it. You can't buy 100 and they give you 50. It's just 10 and 5. Trust me, I thought the same thing. I was like, wait a minute, someone's gonna do
Yeah.
this. Hold on. And then if you go buy something, apparently for whatever cost, whether it's $1, $2, $3, then you get $25 in Bitcoin back.
Oh, okay.
So basically $30 in Bitcoin for a little bit of, a little bit of work.
So are you trying to move it off of your Bitcoin off your Cash App, man?
Well, no, I'm gonna go to the coffee place. I'm gonna get their Bitcoin address and pay them.
Oh, okay.
That's what they want me to do, I think.
Yeah, it's easy there. Where they have the Square terminal, all you got to do is like scan it. It's just like if you had a. I don't even think you need to digital like put in their address. You just scan their QR code. Bam, bam.
I know usually to send Bitcoin even to like somebody else, you click send and then there's a little QR code thing on the top.
Two-Face, you only got $5 back. Somebody in chat saying that they spent 20, but they only got 5 back.
Yeah, so I'm buying it though, not the store.
Yeah.
Right.
So something is wrong, Emat. You're driving a Maserati, but you go spend $5 to claim $20.
That's because you pay 100,000 for your Maseratis, and I pay $290 a month for mine.
Shit, free money is always free money. I'll never say no to some free cash.
You have to respect every amount of money for it to respect you back.
Yeah. Okay.
That's because I let my Maserati depreciate 90% till I buy it.
So, but my hour rate is 130 exclusive VAT. So, if I go to the coffee shop, it costs me 6 coffees. So, it's too expensive.
Rich.
I got bills to pay.
Yeah. Thing about having money, everybody wants the money, but nobody wants the bills.
My Pippin trade is at $1.64 so far, and I'm happy because with Pippin you can put your stop loss right under your entry and still not lose anything.
Yeah.
So it's a risk-free trade right now, and that means I didn't lose money. So I'm happy that at $1.60, whatever. That's what respecting every dollar gets you, because otherwise I would not put my stop loss in profit because I'd be hoping for more, and then I could lose. And do that enough times, it does turn into a lot of money. Quickly.
Icy Hot is an amazing product.
Man discovered Icy Hot today. That's funny. Issa, yeah, exactly. If we look at the last Bitcoin faucet, right, the OG that everybody feels like they missed out on or whatever. My I gotta organize my folders, man. This is out of control.
You should make a sweater with the orange man on.
All right, so this was the last Bitcoin faucet. All right, I'm giving away 5 Bitcoin per visitor. You look at that now and you're like, oh shit. What? It was $1. It was like $1.40. Bitcoin was like 20 cents, maybe 30 cents at the time. So compared to this, if you pull $25 out of this shit, I mean, a way bigger faucet leak. But at the time, it meant nothing, right? It's not until you fast forward to today and you look back and you say, oh shit, they gave away 5 Bitcoin. So yeah, to your point, right? In another 10, 15 years, we'll be sitting here talking to brand new people that were like, oh my God, they give you that much free Bitcoin?
I wonder if one of the marketers happened to come across your channel, pick up that idea, because you've shown it a couple of times.
Yeah.
And then and then all of a sudden.
It's a really good, like marketing wise, it's such a good idea.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Brings in new people, brings in old people that were here too. But just like it happened the first time, at least this time it's through Cash App. On that last one, you had to open a wallet, right? Most people didn't have a wallet, so you opened a brand new wallet to receive those Satoshis. The problem is that it's such a small amount, right? Now you've got this new wallet, you've got these 12 words to remember, and you've got $1.50 worth of Bitcoin in the wallet. What are the chances that that's the one you remember, that you hold on to, that you think is important? You know, a lot of people lost those faucet wallets and never got to spend them because they just paid no attention to them until 10 years later. They're like, oh shit, wait a minute. You know, I've got 5 Bitcoin sitting in some wallet somewhere. So no matter what the dollar amount, when it comes to Bitcoin, when it comes to Satoshis, just try to be forward thinking, right? It's not what it is now, it's what it is later. You can take that $25 in Bitcoin and put it away somewhere for your kids and literally don't touch it. By the time your kids are old enough to trade Bitcoin, nobody's going to be buying a complete Bitcoin anymore. Nice, Fox. I appreciate you, brother. Welcome. Now you got about 2 days to go catch up on all the old Cipher School stuff before the next class, brother. It's always detention. Nah, but there's plenty of content in there from what you've missed just from the last 2 classes. Yeah, imagine how crazy this would be if we had a real campus. If like everybody flew out for like a 3-month Cipher School semester. What a shit show. We'd be getting kicked out any campus that we happen to like. We would definitely have to own that campus or we're getting kicked.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's bullish or bearish that a whole civilization is supposed to die tonight if no agreement's reached or something like that.
I'm bullish, bro.
Yo,
I'm at least bullish for a short term swing. I mean, like,
did you hear that though?
max.
Said a whole civilization will die tonight. What the hell?
I don't know, bro. I've seen some
That's
interesting
heavy,
negotiation techniques before, but this one is special.
This is a little, yeah, this is very special. I mean, it's definitely a flex. You know, he's not doing nothing.
I think
But
he's
I mean,
trying
he's
to
already
up the crazy, bro. He's trying to, because you know how he does the whole carrot and the stick, right? You got to come out and freak people out first. The thing is that it's not easy to freak out Iran. Like you got to really go, you got to go hard.
I forget what the tweet said, but they're like, then after that, he said, like, then he softened it up. He's like, but I'm sure we'll come to agreement, you know, because
Yeah,
smart.
yeah.
It's not, they're all going to die.
Nah, that's the best way to negotiate, bro. Just threaten the person's life and then come into the negotiation like nothing happened.
Yeah, but that's like that's saying, because where do you draw the line right there? Saying a whole civilization. Is he just talking about that regime? Is he talking about like the students of Iran? Like what the hell? Like, come on, man, you can't be
My
going that
problem,
far, you know?
my problem is this. This is what scares me about the way he negotiates. Usually he can out crazy the other person and they fall back, you know, and then he falls back. Okay, we're not gonna do the 90% tariffs. You guys played ball, so here's your 25%, right? The problem is that like this is Iran we're talking about, bro. If they don't come to the table, if they call the bluff, then what? You get what I mean? Like I'm worried that ego gets in the way and he's forced to do something that he didn't even want to do to begin with that was just meant to be a negotiation, but now he's publicly being tested. You get what I mean? And then ego starts to get in the way, and then now you actually have to do something. Like now you put your foot in your mouth. That's what I'm worried about.
I mean, see, I'm thinking at first they thought they were going to be able to create the instability there to start like, you know, a color revolution basically and put in some kind of, you know, buffer puppet administration. but they saw that, like, it wasn't. I mean, it's a lot of students were against the regime, but there's still a lot of supporters right now, so they weren't able to destabilize like that, community faith that the Iranians have for their government. Of course, there's a bunch that don't want that government, but it seems like there's still a bunch that do. So they went to plan two. So like, all right, we got to start getting all their infrastructures and all their strategic points. Now they got a bunch of those. They still have that one main oil rig that they're threatening to blow up. They haven't blown up yet, which I think they're going to do that tonight if they don't do a deal. But then it's like, all right, it's like, what do you do after that? It's like if you blow up all their oil, it's like, what do? You're going to start blowing up their schools or something,
Yeah, there's certain lines you don't want to cross. Like the way he was, the stuff he was saying was right on the line of sort of war crimes, which is why I'm hoping that there really is no intention on doing it.
But still, that's just like the anxiety you create. Imagine living in a country like that and you don't really know what's going on. It's like this dude's like, and they're probably amplifying those words too. So it just creates so
Oh
much like
yeah, hell yeah.
drama. It's like, yo, why do you have to go there? You don't have to go that far, dog. But I'm just wondering, I'm like, is this bullish or bearish though? I'm like, all right, I don't know. I got a little bigger bag now.
I have a feeling that most crypto people are burnt out, bro. Like anybody that reacted off of World War news or tariff news, they got wiped a year ago. It's just us degens in here right now, for the most part, anyways.
Yeah. I think there's still a lot of people that still like they're on their daily grind and they still dedicate, like they're like, all right, I've been losing and losing. One of these days it's gonna be my win. So they still keep on throwing in. Like I do that too. Anytime I make money, outside of crypto, I dedicate, even if it's a bear market or bull market, I'm just like, whatever, just to, keep on being exposed for the next run. But yeah, I'd say most of the people are kind of washed out already.
Yeah. Little W trying to form to threaten that M pattern.
And that's usually when it gets bullish again. Remember, like last cycle, it's like it seemed like everybody was rinsed, and all of a sudden we just ran.
Yeah, exhaustion. All right, give me a second. I gotta go put this damn ointment in my eye. That's the nastiest feeling in the world, bro. I don't know if anybody's ever had a sty and had to put like that petroleum jelly, mineral oil shit in your eye. Oh.
Yo, go chamomile. I'm telling you, it does.
Somebody told me that too. Chamomile tea, a warm bag.
Yo, a warm tea bag. Just compress it on your eye, like, and do that 4 times, 5 times a day. It's gonna be gone within like 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, I'm on my second day now. It's not as bad as it was yesterday. Yesterday was horrible, bro. Every time I blinked, it was like a grain of sand under my shit.
The worst.
All right, I'll be right back. Let me go handle this.
Yeah. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Yeah, I said it. Rockets. Come on, let's go.
Chart.
Look at my chart. Yeah, I'd expect this was online the other day.
Huh?
Yeah. He always came in asking for a pre-family roll. Expecting.
Who?
Citus, or I don't remember.
I don't know who it is.
Somebody who's been in the group for a long time, but doesn't show up very often.
Big cells.
Hey,
I'm with that.
I added a stop loss since I'm going to be at the computer. I just took it off while I was sleeping. Pretty close to it.
It's a small wipeout moment to scam some people at this moment.
I mean, it is a giant bear flag win, but we know Bitcoin likes to surprise people. So even though I wouldn't mind if we go to 47K, something like that, lower. I want to be exposed enough here in case we do blast off and get back over 70K again. I think for Friday, Thursday, maybe Friday. But I'm bullish, but I'm also biased bullish.
Well, I hope you don't plan on going much higher than 70.
Oh,
Joe, I plan on going to the moon, man. I got myself a big bag of troll.
if you give me now 47, oh man, I'd take a vacation directly.
I mean, technically, that's where it looks like it should go. There's like a nice shelf there around 47, between 47 and 51. But I don't know. There's just a lot of bears. So now I think the bears are lining up to get cooked.
There isn't that lot of liquidation above us. You see the liquidation underneath us.
Exactly. Looks like the liquidations are all underneath us.
This is so close to my stop loss, but I'm not moving it. Stock out. I'll re-enter. At least my stop loss is in profit, but I won't really make much.
Yes, Danny Tanner. That is true. I mean, the bull market gets faded back on. I don't think it's an on-off switch, but I'm slowly fading in. I'm definitely exposed to some Doge. Right now, I got 4 positions. Doge, Solana. I got Troll, and then I got a micro cap I don't want to show because I don't want to wreck you guys. I think Troll is a bigger meme than Pepe. I've been having a few arguments online about that, and I've been doing some research. And I think, even though it's only at a 10 million market cap and Pepe's hit billions, I still think Troll in the meme, forget about crypto, the meme itself is a bigger meme than Pepe. Therefore, I'm just exposed a little bit in case it gets a little run. But yeah, Doge, I always have to be exposed to Doge. It's like, I cannot watch Doge take off without me. Like, I'll just quit everything. I'd quit life. Okay, I wouldn't take it that far, but
I had to sell my Doge for my business. Doge is one of those that I was going to just hold on to no matter what. But I'll get it back.
yeah, luckily, it's pretty stable around here. So hopefully you get it back before it takes off, if it takes off.
It'll take off. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna take off like everybody's hoping, but I don't think we've seen like the forever top.
Yeah, I still think Doge is going to hit $1 sooner or later. That's like kind of its destiny, I guess.
I think so too. The reason I think so is because so many people think so. I mean, there's so much nostalgia with Doge. It's like so many people's babies.
I mean, yeah, it's the OG crypto meme coin. I mean, that is the OG.
When the bull run starts, I mean, there are very few people who aren't going to at least see how it's doing. It's got all eyes on it.
Yeah, a lot of people have their guard up because they think, the whole infinite supply thing is actually minting at a higher rate than, let's say, what Bitcoin circulation is getting minted. And it's slower. There's more Bitcoin being put in circulation than there's Dogecoin put in circulation. And the cap per year is just like it keeps it smoother. And a lot of people don't understand that. They're like, well, they're minting it forever, and it's an infinite minting. It's like, but it still has a time lock on it. It doesn't have like a amount of how many coins lock. It has a synchronized clock on it. And its minting process is much less dilutive. Like it's not diluting its own supply as much as Bitcoin is. But people have a misperception that it is because of that, infinite supply thing.
I trust Doge a lot more than I trust like Solana. It's been around. It's kind of shown its colors.
Yeah, I mean, I trust both of them, but because they're two different beasts, I think right now, like they kind of separated. Like Solana right now, I think is taking Ethereum's lunch because a lot of dApps right now, there's more on-chain activity on Solana than there's on Ethereum, and that Ethereum has been dominating up until recently. So now it's like Solana, it's got its own little whole DeFi sector going on, but Doge is its own chain. It's like it doesn't, there are some dApps on Doge right now, but that's not the thing with Doge. It's just like it seems like it's an actual currency, like that. That's the point of it. It's like people aren't scared to spend it. Like you spent it, you're like, all right, I'm gonna sell my Doge to do some things for my business. You weren't scared to spend it. A lot of people are scared to spend their other things, but Doge just seems more of a currency,
It does. Yeah. And I've just known about it for so long. My second ex-husband was into it back when it was like 0.00000, when it first came out. I used to call it Doji. Or no, he called it doggy coin.
Wait, are you trying to like make crypto gains with husbands, like 10x them or something? You say your 2x husband or something, second X?
Didn't I? I don't know. Maybe I said that.
Your second X. So are you shooting for like 10x or something?
I'm so done with husbands, but I can't believe you said that. That's funny.
That's cool. People have 3-4x's.
Well, I guess, like obviously you kind of you at least want to X your next one. You don't want to, well, you at least 2x your next one. You don't want to,
I got
1x.
I got 1x, and then I think that's been enough for me.
I got problems, bro. I always play 2 on the deck, so
What, you got like 200 XYs?
nah. Oh, it was a joke,
It's
man.
too many. Once I got out of the marriage loop, I just realized how amazing it is to escape that little sovereignty.
It's an institution, basically, marriage. It's just like,
Is I just do what I want. I'm responsible for me. and all of my decisions that I make, I just discuss with myself. It's so free. I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
you don't need a government to tell you if you're married to someone, you know, like that word marriage, you know, if you I mean, it's a funny word. Like, I'm married to some people now because I have lawsuits with them. That's what they use, like in lawsuits. Like, you know, if you sue a cop, basically you're saying, "Hey, you want to marry me? Because I'm about to sue your ass." You know, so you're gonna be seeing a lot of me. So we're legally married now because I'm suing you.
yeah, that's another thing about marriage. Money.
Well, that's usually where the problem comes in. That's like the whole. That's where the friction comes in is with the money.
My third ex got $50,000 for me
Dang.
because he hadn't worked. Like, he was on disability for a while, and because he hadn't worked and I was supplying the money, they said that I couldn't just leave him, that I owed him money. Or
Yeah, that means he was dependent on you. You were the
yes,
provider. You were wearing the pants.
yeah. So be careful, everybody, about being married, because even if you don't have money now, someday you may. If things don't work out, you might not be able to keep that money.
Oh, be careful or take notes and be that guy.
Okay, I guess you could go that route too. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, no, it's not good karma.
No, it's not a good look either.
Big buys coming in. Watch out, you bears. You're about to get sizzled. It's burning. Let's listen to the beautiful chart.
It got me. Now I have to find another entry.
Oh, shit. You're in a short?
Yeah, it's okay though. At least I didn't lose anything.
You're protected.
Yeah, so it's just the hassle of trying to find another entry. I'm open for a long, but I do not feel comfortable longing right here.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, the only thing I would say was to be like an inverse Bart Simpson type of pattern, you know, that would shake us out of this bear flag looking thing on the higher time frames.
I do see the potential for a lot of up, but I don't know.
Like,
I'm gonna have to completely evaluate my, if I'm feeling bullish or bearish, I'm gonna have to.
see, what's keeping me bullish in the macro right now and keeping me exposed is this weekly that the way it's just like still hanging. It looks like if you forget about the wicks and you look on like let's say Binance Bitcoin USDT pair, it looks like it wants to do a nice W if you don't look at the wicks, you know. And I'm
Totally agree.
thinking resistance at like you know maybe a little bit sub 80, like 79, 78 resistance at 78K or something like that.
Yeah, I'm right with you. I'm seeing the same thing. But I thought we would at least go down for a while first. So, and I haven't looked at the macro since I entered the trade a few days ago, so I have to do that again.
Yeah, this weekly is kind of weird because you know a lot of the charts, like these wicks, they went down pretty far, so it throws it off. But you know, I'm just trying to kind of not look at the wicks of the weekly and just looking at all the bodies, and I'm like, all right, forget these scam wicks because that's what some of they are, just liquidation hunts. I'm like, all right, this looks like it's trying to form a pretty solid W, and if it does, you know, I'll target most people's target would probably be around 81K for something like that.
Yeah, and then ETH, seeing 26 for ETH. But I don't know. It all could be a trick. I'm sad because I was safely in my short and now it's gone. But I'll get in a better one. I didn't want to take profit, even though I was in profit, because the potential, at least a short term down. I thought, the CME and all that liquidity. But then again, that's how they get you sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, that we saw that CME to the top where that kept people bullish. Vectors.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep in mind that a few months ago, we were all the way up at 125K. And we were screaming we're like, all right, if the bear market comes, hopefully it's going to hit us hard and just be like, ripping out a tooth real quick or a band-aid off really quick. And that's what's been happening. I think it's like we've got kind of what we wanted. I don't think too many people expected us to reach all the way down below 60K. By when were we at 60K? We reached 60K by February. It was early February and we're already down at 60K. So it's like to stretch from 125 down to a little bit below 60K in that short of a time period after everyone was so ultra bullish. We were just floating above 100K and everybody was comfortable. Now it's like that scenario, that bear scenario. Everyone's like, well, if the bear market hits, hopefully it hits fast. I think that's kind of what's happening. It's like, all right, and maybe it wants to go a little lower, but if it reverses here, and we get that W on the weekly, I'm like, all right, it's next target could be super. I mean, local resistance would be at 81, but I wouldn't be surprised if we, have a super end cycle crazy bullish end of 2026, and straight up to 175K on Bitcoin.
Oh, not sure about that. I mean, anything could happen. But I'm just going to take one move at a time. I think we hit 59, which is crazy. There isn't even that much lower to go after that. I could be wrong. I think we did.
I'm gonna split time day. Switch
Yeah.
to September.
We still got to touch 43 again.
But really think of where we came from and where we are now. I mean, when we were up at 125, a $20,000 move was nothing. We were ranging there. So didn't we pop down to 100 a few times and then back? Going off my memory. But so I mean, just think about that, where we're at now. It's the same thing, except for that's going to be our bottom. Maybe.
Boy, this could be a nasty fake out if they do it.
Yeah, I've been testing out a lot of DeFi apps and wallets and stuff. And in my opinion, like the cheapest one to swap on if you're doing DeFi, like I compared it even to like centralized exchanges. And Phantom used to be pretty cheap, but now it's like it's terrible. Jupiter, they're getting pretty competitive. So I've been using that wallet a lot, and that's I've just like noticed like even if you're like let's say a $3,000 trade, you're gonna lose about $100 on Coinbase, and even on like Phantom, you lose about $60 to $40, and then on something like Jupiter, you're gonna lose about $5 to $7. Crazy. I'll be back.
I went out awfully fast. Bears.
Is Kiyotaka glitching out for anybody else? I'm back, y'all. what's going on with let's go with the book. All right, that's fine. We'll go back to basics. Give me a second. How much longer do we have until the news comes out? This for me is pre-positioning, yo. Which is starting to make me feel like the news is gonna be bad. Pre-positioning meaning setting up for a better short or setting up for a better long. What I was thinking going into this is if we dipped into the news, then the news would be good, right? And those are insiders that we're dropping down so that they can get better entries. But if we ripped into the news, then it might be a setup. Give me a second though. Let me finish. I gotta pull. I'm probably gonna have to pull a book map.
Trump's going to speak today.
All right. Now take me to my chart. Yeah, Kill Talk is tripping. Bad timing, guys. Let me see if I
It's
can
working fine for me, Kiyotaka.
Is it really?
Is it really? Yep.
What
I
the
just
hell
logged
is
in
wrong with me then?
1 minute ago and it works perfectly fine. Everything is live. I think they did a major update today.
All right, I'll figure it out off screen and get back to the chart. All right, cool. That's pretty convenient. I mean, I personally, I like trading right at the source. I don't know if it's like the gamer in me. I just feel like I get lag. Like every step away from the exchange.
I think they implemented yesterday or today the option to trade because you can link now your Binance and Bybit and Hyperliquid account and place orders to buy or to sell.
Yeah, that's what YouTube was just saying. That's why I was like, sometimes I feel like it's convenient, but I feel like it adds lag. I mean, maybe they did a good job. Maybe there's no. Yeah, but we also went through a bunch of liquidations. So if you notice, every candle through liquidations has market buy cluster on it or market buy bubble on it because they're forced.
I can see Dbloc at 70,800, some accumulation on CoinGlass, a 3-day time frame.
Okay. Yeah. That's not a bad point, Hunter. That's actually kind of true.
Also, at 1 day time frame, Dbloc, the interest would be the order block that was built on 25th of March at 1 day time frame. So there is an 1 day order block.
Yeah.
And that should be the target for the price action, I assume.
Well, we see where we came down to. This is what I was showing you earlier before I dipped out. Right, like that's the bear flag on the 4 hour. We're just way zoomed in. But we held that bottom pretty strong. They're just putting up a fight. We'll see what happens. There's a chance that they can invalidate. Like I said, you have to get above 70345 to invalidate the 3 day down. I think this is people getting, these are insiders pre-positioning for news. But I don't think it's pre-positioning in the way that people think. Like it's FOMC is the same sort of thing, right? When good news is expected, price drops down. It's like positioning to get a better position, not like jumping in front. But we'll see. There's no telling. If there's one thing that I'm not putting my neck out on is guessing what that man is gonna say when he gets on stage. I think we've covered all the angles though. And we just gotta figure out, is this another taco trade or does he really do the bad thing? Our M pattern wasn't validated though. That part is for sure. We can get rid of that. W pattern that was already played out. Right, so pattern wise, there's nothing to the top sides, just lick sweep. Let's see if I managed to get a clean. No, not really. I mean, give or take.
Do you have a vector gap at 4 hour time frame or 6 hour time frame?
There's vector gaps all the way up, but that hasn't made a difference lately. You got to go off of proximity. The closer we get, you can start to look at them, but rejection off of 70 is pretty. The shorts at this level, I think, are going to be pretty heavy.
My bet is that the price is gonna slice through the 70s.
It needs to. It can't do it slowly. It needs to. You need to keep this momentum up.
On 15 minutes, on 30 minutes, and 1 hour time frame, I have a big increase of the momentum for the price action, and also the volumes on Kiyotaka.
Let's go through our time frames. On the daily, still bearish, obviously. $12-hour trying to shift momentum. 13 hasn't clipped yet. This is that push through the 50 to try to shift momentum. On the 8-hour, you're about to get that momentum flip, but you've got your 200 EMA right above.
And I think for the price action, the target would be the 200 EMA, right?
Yeah, that if it was to pop, yeah. On the 4-hour, you've already gotten your momentum flip. Let me turn on, let me just do this. It'll be easier and faster for you. Right, this is what you've been riding for the past week or so, if you were trading on a larger time frame. 1 hour is trying to do the thing. Held the bottom of that wedge. Held the bottom of that bear flag like we were talking about. Larger, much larger bear flag though on the 4 hour. $30-minute is trying to establish, right? But you have to get above those highs. $15-minute's already reached exhaustion, right? It's past all its market maker targets, nothing but lick sweeps above, which is what's pushing this, in my opinion.
Is there something going on?
10 minutes above exhaustion. We're just seeing a lot of preparation before the news.
What is the news?
News that we've been waiting for a week.
The war, the power stuff.
Yeah. 5 is at exhaustion. Everything on low levels is already above their market. Like they're just waiting for. If you want to find market maker motivations above, you got to go to the hourly. Nope, I lied to you. 4 hour 800 EMA. Yeah, but that's a wish and a prayer, in my opinion. So we need to focus on liquidity, which is what's driving this. They say it's over, it pops. Iran says we haven't talked to anybody, and then it drops. Or they come on and they say, we've done what we can. There's currently planes in the air. We're about to unleash the, hellfire and brimstone. And then this pump ends up being a setup for shorts. I can't think of good news that sustains unless it's Trump would have to be up there with the Iranian leader drinking tea. And one's like, yep, we're good. And the other one's like, yep, we're good. On news days, you got to be really careful, yo. What's the poly market on what he's going to say right now? Yeah, it's all over the place. If I was forced right now to give an answer, I would say that he comes on, talks tough, but gives an extension on a deadline. That's my guess. There's enough gas, yeah. There's enough gas for it to sweep higher, but you need money. Market maker's not going to pay for that trip. It's possible, we'll see, but just because you're overly bullish doesn't mean you're willing to top blast. I think they've already stepped in. And your overly bullish whales, in my opinion, stepped in right when we caught the bottom of this. Right when we hit the bottom of that 4-hour bear flag. This is the vector I was saying yesterday was my top target if we did push up. There is higher vectors, but off of proximity. It's the one I was looking at mostly. If Trump declares an extension and the strait is open during that extension, then you can expect some real volatility on oil specifically. We haven't invalidated the 3-day down yet. We have to get above this line right here. Close to it though. If bulls break, 3-day down is invalidated. Nah, I don't think so yet, DJ. I think too much money is sidelined right now because of the uncertainty. If the war continues, then yeah, I agree. Nah, it doesn't work like that, guys. The 3-day down gets invalidated, we trade momentum for the next 3 days. It just means that market makers showing a lack of control, so we can't trust the swing. I should have kept the results of that vote. I know it's hard to do, but you really have to not let volatility on news days swing your thesis too hard. Oh. Yeah, I got them right here. All right, I'm back. My bad. Alright, let's take a look at this bullish channel. This wouldn't be a flag, it would just be a channel because the break of the flag here, the extension, too long to be a pole, blah, blah, blah. So it's the measured move from I swear, every time I walk away from the screen, that price pumps too, yo. Well, technically that's the measured move from that, but this is less measured move and more FOMO at this point. Now it's all about how much of this can they eat, and will market makers step in and protect this 3-day down? A believer in what? Bitcoin is not a religion, sir. Well, I guess that's arguable.
Text to ask Mighty again not to swear. So Mighty, please do not spell out.
Yeah, try to abbreviate your curse words if you can't help it.
He thinks he's clever because he blocked all the mods, so none of us can instruct him to do things.
Bro, you block my mods, I'm just gonna block you, Mighty.
Yeah, so we can't tell him, hey, please stop doing this. The only thing we can do is put him in timeout.
How long until Trump gets on stage? Nah, not yet. You have to take out the highs. But we are close to it. Damn, 2 hours? They pulled this shit kind of early, huh?
Yo, Dbloc.
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, bro? Seems your grandmother advised that she said to you a couple of months ago is being put in place, right? You're responsible for those 8,000 people in the community, right?
I try to be.
I try to be.
Best of my
In
ability.
regard to what happened yesterday, that scam thing.
Yeah. You got to do what's best for
Yeah.
everybody, man. Even if it's not best for the people that have been here for the longest. There's some people that are just not here, and when they get back, they're gonna have to go through some shit. But like I said, it's what's best for the most.
Yep, definitely.
Wells haven't stopped pushing. It's 354 Bitcoin bought there. But where's the candle? That manipulation trigger is just showing that that buy should have triggered a bigger candle, right? Which means that there's manipulation. It doesn't differentiate between market maker and whale manipulation, so it's just absorption, basically. Yeah, from way back when it was free, right? When we used to just give the invite on the YouTube. All right. There we go. Look, they're pushing hard now. Try to absorb that shit. $196. This candle should be flying, yo. There we go. 863 Bitcoin, 104, 193. Insider trading is legal, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently. That commodity wheel starts turning hard again if we're right about this ceasefire. Even if it's just 15 days. Yeah, so 3-day now is now validated, which means that we can only trust momentum for the next 3 days. It does not mean an automatic 3-day up, just to correct what somebody was saying in YouTube. Let's go to macro time frame for a second so I can show you that flag. If we pull it over. And we go to lower time frame. So this is the reaction that we're getting of actually holding the bottom of the flag. The smaller time frames, you can see it here. We don't know, Marco, but right now that's what Twitter is banging on. Everybody's Twitter was split for most of the day. And now between Twitter and Poly, we're at about a 80% chance that it's a ceasefire. My question is it sanctioned on both sides or not? If the Iranians are in on it with us, then this could be something that sustains for, a week or however long the damn ceasefire is. But if they're just going to come out in an hour and say, oh, we haven't talked to anybody, we don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, 3-day out is invalidated. We're above that dotted line now. Even if we top here and price continues to drop for 3 days, we can't count it as a 3-day down, right? We're trading it by momentum. If the momentum tells us it's down, it's down. Momentum tells us it's up, it's up. Until we can see that market maker regains control of the situation, we can't trust the swing. Well, I'll tell you guys, like when we're playing this swing, we get as much information from one part of the swing failing than we do from it succeeding. Right? Because that's how you know that, okay, if whales are in control, then that means we have to play by institutional rules. That's how I feel, DJ. It's just words. And they're not even words from the guy himself, right? Which is words from people that heard words from other people right now. Let's see how oil reacted. Yeah, that would sort of line up with it. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, if you're in oil position and this is a peace announcement that actually sticks, even if it's just temporary, you got to be really careful with your oil position because they're going to rapidly reprice this. This is what oil is worth with a full shutdown where you're paying $2 million per tanker to get through and you have to use Chinese yuan to buy oil. Right? This is what oil is worth with people having the idea that there might be a ceasefire, basically. It's just being repriced. And where do people go if they've got to sell their oil positions because there's peace and oil is going down? Right? That's why I was saying that I don't think the commodity wheel is done turning. Even with everything rolling over and going down, I really think silver and gold have one more attempt. Not saying that they make their all-time highs. Gold probably will. I don't know about silver, at least paper silver. But I do think that they will make an attempt. The problem for us is if they do start to perform, then that's going to take some of the attention off of Bitcoin. I'm still haven't invalidated that inverse head and shoulders. Trying to make sure everybody stays level-headed, that's all. Volume still looks good. I mean, yes, you've got obviously your dips, but for the most part, you're not even truly volume divergent here yet. And price is moving up as volume moves up. As volume moves up. Well, we talked about them not leaving oil above 100, right? The problem is you never know what form the manipulation is going to take. Sometimes it's a flush on COMEX. Sometimes it's a peace talk. Sometimes it's a peace talk. Let's see. This is more than just mean reversion, but if you lose that 50 on gold on the 4 hour, then you're going back sub 100 barrels, $100 a barrel. No, we're talking about, yeah, we've just been talking about the we've just been talking about the 3-day down. We're ways away from changing downtrends. Right? You popped up above the downtrend, but you got a lot of lower highs to take out. between here and there. We just cleared that vector, so we can get rid of that. Right, and the 3-day down is invalidated. Which means that you could basically turn this red, because this failed. And what it means is that you can't count on the market maker swing until midweek reversal, and that's if price proves it. So that now goes on question. Right, failed swing. Now again, like I said, people would be tempted to, like, let's say this closes here and this is as high as it gets, right? You might be tempted to just ignore the wick and say, well, you know, body closed under, and then it did a 3-day down after anyways, so it's still, but no, you can't do that, right? You have to take these signs to know, because it's important when motivation shifts, right? We can't really just blindly close our eyes and bet on our market maker targets if we're looking at evidence that market maker wasn't in control or isn't in control. Or you have to wait for proof of that. Now, proof that market maker has now regained control is if he manages to go after his targets. Right? Then you know, okay, he lost control for a second, couldn't stop the swing, liquidations, took it in, whatever. But we still have to trade it by momentum. Right? That's the best risk-adjusted way to do it. Because if not, you'll just start talking yourself into it. You know what I mean? You'll start trying to like make it make sense. And that's not what we're here to do. Right? We're here to play the chart that we see, not the one that we want. So, what's going on, bro? Yeah, we've been chilling. Oh. You know when I will scream manipulation for this move? Because right now, like I said, it's just, in my opinion, just a lick sweep. Maybe some insiders pre-positioning. But I would scream manipulation for this move if Iran comes out in the next 2 hours and says, or even if Trump comes out. No, if Iran comes out in the next 2 hours and says, we haven't even spoken to anybody on that side like they did last time, and price comes down, and then Trump gets on stage and he doesn't say anything about a peace talk at all, then you just got manipulated by news on Twitter. If he does come out and announce and Iran co-signs, then you just got front run by insiders. If he comes out and says that we're dumping, that we're dropping bombs, that we can't come to a deal, they think we're playing, watch what we do to them, and price drops, then you just got pre-positioned by insiders. The fuck. Yeah, just be careful with the news, y'all. Like I said, it's very easy to manipulate the news before there's actually an announcement. You're gonna hear news circulating right now that that is beneficial to whatever trade whoever's dropping the news happens to be in my opinion. Yeah, this volatility can get nasty sometimes. I mean, I love this shit personally, but take it easy, bro. Yeah, I need to make sure that my food is here for this for this speech. I don't usually put too much weight into these things, but the amount of people that are hyper focused on it right now, like you have to pay attention. So yeah, that shit happened not too far from my house, Rick. Yeah, the problem with that is the last time we had a ceasefire, both sides were given like half a day to get their shit off. This is the craziest thing. Like we're having a ceasefire, but it doesn't start for 12 hours. So, get your shit off for the next 12 hours and then kiss and make up. This shit doesn't make any sense, bro. helps sometimes to back up. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. I'll make sure my food's ready. Or at least to make sure it's going to be here by the time this shit starts. Bro, Twitter's crazy. Alright, I'm back, y'all. The bulls on Twitter are posting all the peace talk shit, news of planes turning around and soldiers being sent home. And then the bears are posting real-time explosions. My bad. If there was any background noise. Got family in the house. That's the buzz, but still got hours to go for official news.
Yeah, is there a rumor going around?
Yeah, that gonna be a ceasefire, 15 days. 15 days with an open strait.
Bluff. What a bluff. What a bluffer.
We'll see.
Hey, if he's not bluffing, I'm all for it. Just because how this is gonna dump, but I think he's bluffing.
Not gonna be good for oil though. Ugh.
Dude, it's gonna rocket.
Don't be mean.
Or yeah, if there's a ceasefire, yeah. It's crazy how connected we can be to the conflict, though. Like we get updates from the president on Truth Social.
Crazy. I told y'all, man, oil does not live above 100 for too long. Let the FOMO continue. You know how they say, show me the chart and I'll tell you the news? Right? If we go by that, then we have to be thinking ceasefire. But like I said, right, it could be a setup for a big short. So just be careful. Trading news days is super sketchy. Yep, coming across the news services now. Agrees to stop the bombing for 2 weeks. Nah, the tape earlier was insane crazy. There was an 854 Bitcoin buy on the tape on market. There was a couple of people that were building their shorts above 100. I know that for sure in the group. Shan, thanks for the sub. Welcome. W sub. You guys are new here, definitely hit the subscribe button. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Been together for 4 to 5 years already, so community's not going anywhere if that's something you're looking for. The subscribe button. This is Bitcoin.
I wonder why my phone was going crazy. Your chart makes sense.
Everybody's been on edge all day today, bro. It's crazy. Like a sentiment farm. Guys, we went from 69 to 71. You really have to temper your expectations.
All right, I'm YOLOing. I'm getting out. Haven't even looked. I haven't even done an analysis yet. And that green candles, I'm out. Let it breathe, baby pops.
Yeah, but God, I would not look forward to how long it would take. But you know how I feel. You can't even start thinking about that until you can get above 72. And then 74. And 78. I hope you're defending yourself against being wrong on that one day. Just in case. I don't even know what that means.
Is he saying that it never falls below the previous bull market's top?
I don't know, because that's not true, so that can't be what he's saying.
It's not, that's not English.
I like the energy, though. Just want to make sure everybody's safe. In case they're wrong. Yeah, I'm seeing reports of that too. But I'm being really sketchy. Like, guys, this environment that we're in right now, where you're waiting for a big speech and everybody's staring at Twitter, is the easiest time to manipulate sentiment. So, like, I'm seeing all the reports. I'm seeing that Iran Defense Ministry is also saying that they're in contact and that they're agreeing with it. But I'm not falling for shit until we get official word. It's not worth it, right? You're not really getting an edge by jumping ahead. If the peace talk is real, then it's good. Then we'll have we'll have some relief, some sort.
I just seen something that shows we're already like bombing bridges over there.
It's all over the place. That's why I said, depending on what you're positioned on, that's what you're posting on socials right now. It's a cluster, bro.
Man, I think we're going in there.
Yeah, I think
I think they're going to put troops on
ceasefire,
the ground.
delay or not, eventually we are. Yeah. Only two options: boots on the ground or declare victory and go home. Those are literally the only two options.
Without controlling the strait at this point, which
Yeah,
is
yeah, no, just pack up and go. Yeah, just declare victory, pack up and go. Not our problem. We got all this Venezuelan oil. You heard him. He said it already. He's like, hey, when we leave, if you guys have a problem and you need your ships to get through, then send your navy out there and good luck.
Yeah, I think we're stuck. I don't think we can leave without control of that strait. And knowing Trump, I just don't see him doing it. That would be a defeat to him.
Yeah, I don't know. It gets to the point where to avoid a more obvious public defeat, I just feel like there's been a lot of that carrot and the stick going on, and Iran's just not scared of the stick. So it's not going as smoothly as it, as like past negotiations have gone.
Yeah, I think they're serious about it. I don't think they're gonna stop.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like a pessimist in this, but man, I just don't see it any other way.
I mean, there's realism, and then there's, I don't know. There's two ways to look at this.
would you like an opinion from the Middle East?
Of course, always.
I think that all what you say it's correct, and maybe Trump will pack everybody and go back to United States without open the straits.
Yeah, I think so too.
And this is only because we are dealing with a fanatic regime. They will not surrender, never.
Yeah. And I don't think that we have I don't think that we have the political will in the country right now to do what we have to do to win that, which would be put 1 million soldiers on the ground. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? So it's like, what do you do?
Sentiment here is bad.
There's midterms coming up, right? And it's, so what do? Do you go into midterms?
He's already lost the midterms, dude.
That, but in their mind, like that would be the one thing. Pulling out, being like, look, you know, we're done, da da da, and then try to save what you can for the midterms. But
Manga's already turned on him.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
Look, United States have enough oil, and Israel have enough oil, not from the Straits. So it's the problem, the world problem.
I agree. And don't forget that we went to Venezuela and made sure that we had enough oil before we even went to Iran. So if you don't think that that was thought of beforehand, like, look, we're about to do something that's probably going to shut the strait and screw up, you know, oil supply. Let's make sure that we have an alternative source before we start playing around like that.
And they secured Greenland right before. They were expecting possibly somebody doing something.
I don't know, but when we're done with all of this shit, we're going back to that list, damn it. We haven't forgotten. I think you distracted us away from that. That gem.
You talking about the Epstein list?
Yeah, the one nobody talks about anymore since we're all distracted with all this other shit.
Everybody's talking about it. It's just not mainstream. They're trying to distract us, but much everybody's talking about it.
The funniest thing I thought was when they dropped that the week after it dropped, when they dropped the UFO thing. And he was like, I'm telling all the secrets about UFOs and nobody cared. Everybody was like, yeah, cool, bro. But what about that list though?
Did you see like the Iran's spokesperson, Mohammed Mirandi or Irandi, what his name was? Calling America like the Epstein class.
Bro,
it's
yeah, and I also saw them refer to the allies as like basically like anybody involved with Epstein can't come through the strait. I was like, what?
Man, the males, whatever they're talking about, it's pretty straightforward. To be honest, there's not much you can like discuss. Think wrong about.
Yeah, bro, it's a bunch of filthy, fake, nasty.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. What's your opinion on Candace Owen, D?
I don't know, bro. I think she says what she has to say.
She's
got a good thing going. I sense personally, I sense a little intellectual dishonesty there myself. She seems to like fan flames, but I mean, it's a job, right? That's her job. She's content.
She's changed further out than she used to be.
She has, man. She's not even recognizable to me.
Yeah, it's a little weird. You can just tell when somebody, because I've been following her for a while, so it's like you can tell when somebody's not either not being their genuine self or they're just going through some shit. You know what I mean?
It happened right after
Shut
the
up.
Charlie Kirk assassination. She changed. It was weird.
It's not weird. It's just being fed up with bullshit. Simple
Yeah,
as
it
that.
could. Yeah, she could have. It could have
I
just
feel like she sold out
triggered her.
personally.
The opposite, my guy. She was sold out, and she's straight.
Yeah, but dude, you could
So
be
she
fed
was
up.
lying at first, and now she's not lying anymore, or she's lying before, or she
She's
wasn't lying at
most-
first and she's lying now.
Dude, she
worked
believes
for
the
One of the
stuff she
KBY
two.
eventually.
says.
She was sold out in the beginning. The whole fiasco, and then eventually Israel and America, they were showing their true colors, and yeah, some people woke up. Simple as that. It's pretty obvious. I don't know how you guys don't know this.
I mean, are you lying when you believe what you say?
Yeah, you are.
Which time?
I'm just saying in general. When you believe what you're
no.
saying, are you lying?
But the thing is, it's not just about you. If you're talking to yourself in the mirror, and if you believe what you're saying, then you're not lying. But if somebody can point it out, then it's fine. It's a lie.
I mean, she talks about stuff that nothing can be disproven or proven. So, like, it's like, what do? You just keep. I mean, like Dbloc said, it's great content because no one can really say no or yes, maybe. Like somebody else contradicts it. It's like he said, she said. Like she's in the conspiracy zone, man. Like, what do you do?
I won't put too
My
much
guy,
weight behind like
98%.
talking heads and stuff like that, bro. These are just everybody. It's all entertainment, yo. Whether they're telling the truth or not, like it's literally all entertainment.
I'm gonna be honest. I think your approach to it, it's entertainment, is the biggest reason why there's no progression. When it comes to the truth is in our faces, for example, you say, "Ah, it's entertainment."
But it
I
is
understand we get it.
when the mass when it's convenient, the story changes, right? And it's not I'm not signaling out any specific person, but when you get more clicks for saying A instead of B, you tend to say A instead of B, and then that's when I say no, you're just entertaining. When you hold uncomfortable truths and you stick to those truths, whether you're getting support or not, because she's getting plenty of support right now, so it's not like she's not getting support. Then then you're like, okay, well, this person's gonna ride this thing down to the. But like I said, I don't put, these people aren't meant to be heroes. Like, there's just news sources.
She changed when she went out on her own. I think she make a living.
You guys are looking at it from a business perspective.
Yes, it is. It's all
It just
money,
makes
dude.
sense to me.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's the
you
whole
can hold
point.
the ideals and everything, but I guarantee you, you look at her from when, listen to what she says when she was on Ben Shapiro's show, and then watch her 6 months after she's not on that show, and granted, she's built a business. I'm not hating on her, but
I
I'm
mean,
just saying if it walks like a duck.
it could be both, man. It's allowed to be both.
Yeah,
She could really believe what she says,
some
and
people build amazing businesses based off of what they actually believe, and you're allowed to change what you actually believe. So that's not the argument I'm making at all.
like, look how many people have been wrecked in crypto, and yet they still believe in it, and they still come, they still come back.
Give me Candace Owens money. I'll say whatever you want.
I'm looking at it from a different perspective. You guys have your own views, I guess.
I just
I'm looking at
honestly
it from
don't
your
think.
perspective.
I just honestly don't think any of these people are here to save us.
It's not to save us. They're not gonna do. They're not gonna do anything. I understand that. The thing is, like, the problem here is this. All this conspiracy theories when it comes to cabals and whatnot, and eating children and all that shit. They're throwing it in our faces that we think, it's a joke, it's fake, it's conspiracy. Yet time and time and time after time, these things are true. And because we disregard them, just like we're doing right now, you got like one whistleblower here, a second whistleblower there. You see all these stuff, and we just joking around it. It's business, it's this, it's that. That's why there's never progression. That's why these people will do whatever they want, and we're just gonna walk free. The same reason why Trump and all the whole Epstein class is still in business.
This is a
People
tale
think
as
it's
old as
business.
time, bro. Like this isn't. None of this is new. At least not to me. I
I
mean,
know
maybe to
that.
some
I know
people it
that.
is, but
No. Even the Fir'aun, the Pharaoh, when there was a prophecy, it's in the time of Moses, where there was a prophecy where one of the newborn, what is it, boys were gonna get, take the reign or what it was. What did he do? He killed all the newborns. He threw them in the river or to the crocodiles. I get that.
I don't know. It's one of those things. Like I said, sphere of control and sphere of influence. Right? If you can't control it and you can't influence the outcome, then having it drive you crazy is not beneficial in my opinion. Be
I mean,
aware of it, be against it. Obviously, nobody's for it, but some people let it take over their every waking thought, every second of the day. They're obsessed with something that they can't control.
No, I understand that, but I just mean we shouldn't be tiptoeing around the truth.
No,
we're not tip. I mean, I'm not tiptoeing. I'm just
You just be.
overwhelmed, man. You can't. You can only consume so much information to the point where you just have to live your life. Because in the end of the day, if these conspiracies come true, you as an individual, what are you supposed to do about it? There'll be new news in the next 24 hours that will distract you from that truth that was just revealed. People just can't keep up. They can't keep up.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I understand that, but don't make it don't downplay the truth. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all. Just don't downplay it like it's nothing, like it's a side thing. It's happening. Whatever.
I mean, what are you supposed to do, man? Are you supposed to like fill your garage up with food and turn
No.
into a
Just
survivalist?
not necessarily that. You just have to make sure that it is just convey it in a way that it's serious.
Yeah, but there's also a time and a place, and the crypto channel is really not the time to delve deep into these issues. So what you're seeing as blowing off is really just trying to navigate around the conversation that's not meant for you to. If we were sitting in alone in a bar somewhere, this conversation would have gone way deeper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, point noted.
Yeah.
I still don't regret getting out of that trade because this is crazy right here.
No, man, you got to take it when you got it, bro. If you're still in the trade, cool. Protect the positions, move your stops up, do what you got to do to de-risk. But please don't chase this shit.
72.5, right? We should be hitting that, you said, right?
That's our SR flip and the last vector that we're looking at. 72 flat is the SR flip. But as far as measured moves go, we already hit our measured move for this. This is just FOMO. You can see the measure. If we take the measured move and you see where market makers stopped putting his foot on the gas, or stopped matching trades, I should say. This is pure liquidity hunting and news FOMO.
I just heard the fighters in the air.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing on Twitter too. It's crazy, but you got one person posting the peace talks, and then in the comments they're like, "Well, I can hear explosions in the background." So
the Americans are not in Baghdad.
While I would love to trust you guys on Twitter, I can kind of hear shit blowing up outside. So I'm just gonna go
Remember
with
that guy?
Yeah.
What was his name? Baghdad Bob or something?
Dbloc, on that chart you were just on, you don't see that W, or
Where?
what don't you see? It on the 4-hour, I believe.
Yeah, but it's played out like.
No.
Even
Again,
this
maybe
one. Even this one.
Yeah, if you look at the biggest one, the fractaling it up
A little bit
as
more.
your lowest point, right?
Yeah, the main. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, this is the bullish.
73.5, I think.
Yeah, this is the bullish. This has been the bullish hope this whole time. This W. That's been there the entire time. Well, since we came down here, right? This is what we were saying, that your type 2s would have to step in for that. Bro, the amount of people that are going to be glued to this damn speech. Where are we at? How many hours? It'll be less than an hour now, right?
An hour. 56 minutes.
Look at us on the hourly.
All this work just to go straight back down.
A lot of money, man. The amount of money that came through that tape when that shit pumped was really crazy. That's the part that always made me think, Mick, that it wasn't going to be good news. In the past year, all good news has been given midweek, right? Similar to now, but has been given at like lunchtime while the markets are still open. The announcements after market close always sketch me out. But to be fair, we haven't had great luck with them. Every tariff announcement was after market close. Last time we went into Iran, that announcement was after market close.
See, at this point, how much can we still use these speeches reliably for our moves? Because
I don't at all. Zero. I put zero into it at all. Only reason I'm paying attention is because of how much attention is being paid on it. And this is a PvP, right? So the people that we're trading against, even if we're not paying attention, it's important to know what they're thinking because they're going to act on it.
we know it's not going to be good news in the sense of either America has to say they're defeated, because there's not going to be any positive update.
The good news here is a ceasefire that both sides agree to, and that opens the strait for the duration of the ceasefire. That's the best news you could get here. I don't think you get anything better than that.
The media already said multiple times that Iran denied this. They said, like, we're not talking about ceasefires. America and Israel are not to be trusted when it comes to ceasefires. We're done with that.
Yeah, I've heard it too.
It was many times. At this point, I think America is straight up lying.
That's why I said it doesn't count if both sides don't agree. This just you'll take all of this back. But if it's just one side saying it, this will all take back. If it's a one-sided ceasefire and the strait's still closed, you'll take all this back.
The only thing I'm still a little bit confused about is the fact that we know for 99% that whatever they say have to be taken with a huge grain of salt. So why does it still have an impact? Is it because people are hoping?
Just emotions, bro. It's how people trade. People still trade news.
Even if it is fake news, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I said it yesterday. Even if the war is declared over, does that make you want to buy Bitcoin at 70K? You know, like how exactly? Now, if you're talking about oil or you're talking about different commodities, then yeah, it's a different story because they're directly affected. But yeah, so three things. One, is it a ceasefire? Two, and again, until he gets on stage, yes, there's plenty of evidence right now online that's saying this is what it's going to be, but I don't give that shit any weight until he gets on stage. So, is there a ceasefire? Does Iran agree? And does the ceasefire include the opening of the port or the opening of the strait for the duration of the ceasefire?
Iran is for once a king on this aspect.
I mean, I wouldn't give it up. If I was Iran, this wouldn't move me to ceasefire. I need way more than that.
Oh, come on. The world has enough of the shit they've been pulling, to be honest. I don't know what it was, but have you seen the sentiments for America and Israel? It's like 90-something% against. It used to be like 84-20 against. It's completely shifted the last few months to
Yeah,
maybe last 2 or 3
nobody's
years.
for this war right now. The problem is that in the past, historically, whenever sentiment was that bad, things have happened to shift that sentiment. But I've warned about that months ago.
But the difference in the past was whatever country they were at war with, they always had an upper hand. In this case, they're getting demolished on media as well.
No, but that's what I
How would you
mean.
classify
That's
that?
when you have to worry.
Yeah,
Because that's
yeah,
when you start to get events that shift public sentiment conveniently.
yeah. The guy that was talking from Israel, is he being bombed at the moment or what?
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
You're in Israel right now, right?
Right now. Yeah, correct.
How is the war there? Is it as heavy as they say it is?
It's shit, you know. I'm
Of course it's shit.
47. I am 47 years old.
Ah,
Actually, all my life we are in war.
brother, I'm 29. I have in Chechnya when Russia invaded. I remember the times where, yeah, I remember the bodies and everything. So I know what war is like. Don't worry.
You know what is war with the Muslims?
Brother, I'm Muslim myself. You guys are asking for it. What is wrong with you?
Guys, we're not about to do this here. Like, you guys want to go down to a bottom room and figure out the whole Israeli conflict, then you can, but we're not about to figure it out on YouTube.
Dbloc, the Dow Jones is jumping.
Everything's
DIX
jumping.
is dropping.
Mm-hmm.
DIX is dropping and euro dollar is jumping.
Yeah.
And Japanese Nikkei 225 is gonna open in 50 something minutes. So the Asian market is gonna open in 1 hour.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at too, Samer. I would love to have some damn confirmation on it though, but
The withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from all bases. Yeah, I don't believe one bit of that, to be honest.
Gold is doing the jump.
You said 72.5 vintage virtue. Did you say something about 72 flat? D?
that's where our SR flip stops. Basically from
Yeah,
71.6 to like
yeah,
72 flat.
like it's marked on the screen.
Dbloc, have you looked at oil? It's
Yeah.
dropping massively.
Yeah, it was over 100, man. Oil does not live over 100.
Drop it.
I was literally just having this conversation with High Def. Sometimes I swear people think that I'm just trying to shit on their positions. But whatever.
You know what's the next gold, Dbloc? It's aluminium. Have you looked at the price per ton? And it's insane.
Yeah,
Oh
I've
boy.
been watching nickel too.
Yeah, I just did a huge job for someone after I committed to a quote, gave them a quote, and then aluminum spiked right after I gave the quote.
That sucks. That shit.
I'm eating it though. I'm not gonna turn around and blame. I'm just gonna eat it.
Good man.
That's what I do. It's a little bit like trading, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
All business is a little bit like trading.
Got to put a little in the bid up front just in case.
Oh, I did. That's why it's never. It's not my full-time job, so I already have a job. So if it was probably my full-time career, then I probably wouldn't have. But I'm in a position where I can just play the good guy for now. I am so tired of everybody pushing their prices onto everybody else since COVID. So I can't complain about it and then turn around and do it myself.
Oh, that's just the way business works, man. That shit rolls downhill.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna pay for it, you know?
I'm seeing a 2-week ceasefire.
We don't know for sure yet.
But how are we going to confirm it? That's the question. Imagine Trump says one thing. How are we going to confirm the other guy said the same?
Well, that's what we have to confirm. We need to hear both sides say the same thing.
Yeah. Now, for Iran to confirm or to agree to a ceasefire and the terms.
Either they
that
confirm or
confirms.
we see the tankers rolling through safely, and that confirms it. You know, either way.
What do you mean tankers rolling through?
Like if there's a ceasefire, they're talking about the strait being open for the time of the ceasefire, so the tankers that are stuck should be able to flow through the strait safely. If that doesn't happen, then is it a ceasefire? I think a tanker hitting a mine would be considered the break of a ceasefire, I'm sure.
See, that's the problem. What if like Al Qaeda or somebody else that's not even affiliated with Iran goes out there in a little tiny boat with a mine and screws it all up?
Like a black flag operation
It's a
from
powder
Mossad.
keg. It's a powder keg.
That could happen.
Wasn't one of the conditions financial compensation, though? I mean, isn't that rather unlikely?
What do you mean?
On YouTube, full payment of compensation to Iran according to us.
Oh, no, we've paid before. We've paid before. It's all part of the negotiations. That's what happens in those deals.
You think it might be sabotage, D? Like many other instances?
I don't know,
Imagine
bro. I don't put anything. It's wartime, right? We're literally in the fog of war right now, trying to figure out what's gonna happen. So
I just remember some tactics they used to do in Chechnya, Russia before.
I'm seeing confirmation on CNBC, NBC.
it's just the
online.
news. Just the news. I need official sources. All the news is confirming is that they saw it somewhere else that they trust.
They're actually saying that Trump said it, so like maybe he's gonna come out and just gloat it's over and blah blah blah.
How much time's left? 30 minutes? 45.
He's thinking that I really need to close my shorts before I get any more in the red. But then part of me is thinking
The second you close it. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Chances are 0 that there's going to be any kind of agreement.
We don't know that.
Nah, but you can not necessarily a deduction, but can extrapolate.
I agree with you.
With me?
Sure, why not?
I think there's a very good chance that both things are true. That we call a ceasefire, meaning we take our ass home and y'all figure it out. So, honestly, I'm not even playing you. I really do think that that's a possibility. Like, I really do think, and there's a way to get it. And I know people are like, "Well, he's not going to take the L." It doesn't. Trump's a good talker, but you can talk your way out of it. You'll argue forever who won, who lost, whatever. But there is a point where I could see them making that decision and just busting that U-turn and saying, "Look, you know, we hit our," and it'll be all bullshit. I'll be the first to admit it. We hit all our targets. We did what we wanted to do. We came to do what we were going to do. America's not in this to be in a long, prolonged war. This is not what Americans want. So we are going home. And then he'll come home to applause. And then, you know, both will be true, right? Shit will continue over there. And, you know, we'll sort of stay out of it until after the elections and magically find our way back in.
Yeah, it's gonna hit that SR flip. We're already at the point there.
Yeah. I think we see volatility all the way up until this speech, so I'm not. We're literally seeing heavy whale buys come in still at this time.
Wouldn't this be classified? I'm sorry, I haven't been taking your lessons yet. I tried to buy to pay, but it just it was stuck on reloading the whole time. I was late, so I just left it out.
Yeah, he's got.
I can always I can relook the classes, right?
Yeah, you won't miss them. They'll be recorded.
Okay. I'm not gonna bother you with it now because it's important, but maybe tomorrow I'll try to rebuy it again. I hope.
Yeah, let me know if it doesn't work out, and then we'll try to figure something out.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Excuse me. Our food's about to get here in 10 minutes. Starting to see well neutrals come through. That 72.5 is the measured move from the W, the smaller W. Or 73.5. Yo, Mighty, can you get a grip on yourself, bro? Like,
Yeah,
do
I was
you
just gonna
always
say-
spaz out like this? Or we get it, bro. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
I think he's close to
relax.
getting liquidated.
He's worse than me, dude.
Oh no, I wouldn't go that far. I don't even know you, my guy. Sorry, I just had to say that.
I know, dude. I was about to say something really freaking embarrassing, but I held back.
To me? You don't know me.
That's my point.
That was a joke, my guy. We can laugh a little.
No, I'm relaxed. I'm just watching Mighty, like lose his bonkers.
Spazzing.
His button's stuck. Yeah, button's stuck on full sentences, huh?
It's like he's arguing with us. He's like doing a Zeusy. He's like, I don't know who he's.
He's like
talking to.
trying really hard to argue with somebody, and everybody's ignoring him. And it's just embarrassing because he keeps going, and he's like really trying to troll somebody, and nobody cares.
It reminds me of that David Chappelle skit where the guy's like, he's racing. He's like, buddy, I didn't even know you were racing. Like, why are you like tripping?
Exactly.
X is dropping fast. Dbloc.
Yeah, I can imagine.
USD is dropping fast. And all the other markets are jumping.
That's how it works. When the dollar loses value, everything denominated in the dollar increases in value.
My goodness, 5% move already on Bitcoin.
Right when everybody was shooting for the CME Gap, too.
Yeah, look at that.
At least I was. Boy, that's over with.
I think the shorters are just letting it do its thing. They're getting out of the way, and then when everybody's relaxed and everything's been met, just for me to poop on.
I already got out the way by force. Looking to get back in eventually.
Gold is pumping like it would like to reach the moon, man. Already $150 up.
So just be a little bit careful though. Yeah, D, we're for sure filling the CME gap though. No?
Well, my target is 48 to like, yeah, so I would assume eventually on the way down, that's going to get clipped. The question is, does it happen within this week?
Yeah, that's a good question.
But yeah.
Yeah, this momentum
What was
is not...
the last time did we get denied like 75K or something?
74-ish. Yeah.
I guess, Dbloc, I have a question. In this scenario, is it possible that something like this can cause us to come out of a bear market prematurely?
Nah. Where's the money come from?
Hell no.
Like, how does this make people decide to just start spending? You know, it just doesn't save anything. You might get a situation on Legacy where, you know, you put in a lower high, or you put in, you know, you go into sort of relief rally scenario on like S&P and Dow and stuff, but no.
But
Not
like if it
right
comes
now.
back and it hits support and it bounces off support and then goes sideways, like for a while, like for the next 3 months or whatever, until like oil prices come down enough to where people are spending more money and then the economy improves, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could see macro level it's screwing with the bear market timeline.
Brother, the market is not going to recover that quickly. The diesel prices here in Belgium is already over 2.3. That's like almost a 60% increase in the last 2 months.
Well, that's why I said several months.
It's going to take...
Yeah.
For me, time is more important than price. Right? If we were closer to October, then we can talk about us not getting to bottom prices or not. But time is undefeated when it comes to the cycle.
Next, that's what was right in my mind because it's still 6 months away before it hits bottom.
I'm just looking to see if when it does come back down, is it going to sit at? Is it going to start? So it's going to start respecting supports. That will be interesting.
One day, everybody's listening to you, brother. We just know better, so we're just ignoring it.
I swear to God. Do you read all the comments that pass by?
I try to. Try to answer any good questions that are out there.
Not real. Man, that's too bad, though, because, you know, if they would have just let us get the CME Gap, I was ready to close my short.
He's like, I would have been happy to go long with you. Like,
go long with yeah, to pull this.
We're in exactly the same boat.
Now I'm doing nothing.
Hey, dude, it's all right, man. I got out of Link and it's pumped 3% since I got out. So whatever. I don't care.
At least you got some of it.
I got most of it to a certain point, and then I just was like, I can't handle it. Like that's when my emotions come in. It's like, it's not. I don't know if it's emotions. It's just experience. It's like, okay, I've been here before. Take your profit, dude, and just sit back and watch.
Yo, D, you know what the funniest thing is? When I first started just investing in crypto via Bybit, trading with leverage, I used to make a lot more money than I'm doing now, in the sense of it was set and forget. Very simple, very basic strategy because I didn't know much of it. So it was like, in the long run, it will go up. You just took a leverage or 2 or 3 maximum, but that's pretty much it. You just stuck to it, and it was always a success.
This has been trading in difficult mode, bro. Definitely for the last 2 years, for the last year and a half at least. We've been trading on extreme difficulties, especially for newer people.
When that Black Swan event happened a few months back, right? You remember, D?
Mm-hmm.
I was following all these lines and whatnot, but I'm pretty certain that moment, that moment specifically removed all the fundamentals, like the trust in fundamentals. To be honest.
Yeah, of course. That's what black swans do. So here's that.
Right?
Here's the top measured move that we're looking at real quick. I just don't have it drawn out because I don't want to take up space on the chart, but that's where that measured move. In case anybody's wondering, this is just floating in midair.
Well, that's viable as well then.
Yeah.
Would it be realistic for this run?
You're right there. So this is gonna stop when we run out of liquidations, yo. The bears are the bears' biggest enemy right now. As long as they continue to short, this will continue to sweep.
Yeah, good luck explaining that to them. Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised you only have 8K subscribers, D.
Pretty good for a year.
I'm shorting all.
I want to know why. I feel like you're more serious now than you were in the bull. Like it's more tense now. And I thought the bear market was supposed to be chill. Dbloc.
Just chill. Shouldn't feel tense right now. It's just, there's a lot going on in the world, man.
Yeah, the orange man's making shitty decisions.
A lot to deal with right now. My food's 10 minutes away. Alright, how long for this damn 20 minutes?
I got the popcorn ready.
I'm gonna try to have my dinner already eaten by the time it starts. I'm not trying to screw my dinner up.
You know what? Actually, that's not even funny. This is a war we're talking about, so my bad. I'll take that back.
The man is going to say one word. It's gonna collapse.
Sick news.
I don't know about y'all, but 6% on an entire portfolio in one day in a bear market is win.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not a bad day.
That's really nice.
I said that last time we had a pump. 6%. And I'm like, dude, it's relative. Like maybe in a bull market that's nothing, but like you do the 6% like 8 times, like those little pumps, and you just get out and keep
6% of your entire portfolio is a big deal, no matter if it's bull market or bear market. Everybody talks about their 20-30% that they got, but that's not the whole port.
Yeah, dude, I I bought the link dip, and I just was like, you know what, dude, I'm too busy to watch this crap, so I'm just gonna throw it all in and whatever. And I'm still heeding your 52K, warning
Yeah.
or whatever. Like I'm not oblivious to that. I know that we could still break major support. I get it.
There's micro and there's macro, bro. There's absolutely nothing wrong with trading long in the micro intraday when you feel like you're going down. This is what we do. You got to be able to separate both things, you know?
Yep.
Oh yeah, D. If you got a minute, I was about to ask. In this case, wouldn't you? When do you classify it as buy the rumor, sell the news?
One would think that it's a possibility, yeah. That's why I said there's two possibilities, right? Insiders buy the rumor, get ready to sell the news. They know what the news is going to be, so they bought in early. The other possibility is that everything that we're seeing right now on social media is complete bullshit, and that he's going to come out and say something different, which is more of an escalation. And then this was an attempt to pump price up to get better shorts. Right, manipulation of price up to open up shorts for when the speech comes in to then drop price. But until we know what's actually in the speech, we won't be able to tell what type of manipulation this was exactly.
And imagine if it's good news, right? All in all, honestly, good news. There's no war. Everybody is in peace. Everything is fixed, right?
Then we got front run by insiders. That's what happened there.
So it's continuing the pump, right? The FOMO.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But even that would die down, right? Because this is just reactionary. It would take a day or two, maybe a week, for the talking heads on YouTube to explain that this has nothing to do with continued move on price and blah blah blah, and then it'll eventually give it back.
If the rumor already got us to plus 6%, how many? Well, obviously, just an estimate. How much more could positive bring us?
It just depends. There's no way to really tell. Remember that it's not just our asset that gets it, right? If this news really does hit, then that opens up metals back for people, which is why you're already starting to see silver and gold pump. And we saw what happened last time, that they performed well, right? It basically just sucked all the liquidity out of Bitcoin. Like I said, there's really no way to get in front of it. We'll have a better idea and we'll be able to wrap our heads around it once we know what the actual facts are. Then we can start to figure out how sentiment's going to be affected.
And one more thing, D. Imagine if this was a manipulation to get a better price to short.
Yeah.
Would this be not to make it obvious for the public? Would they push it a little bit more, or would you say like, yeah?
Nah, as soon as he got on stage and said a bad word, it would be down. It would be gone. Okay, unfortunately, they don't really care about hiding shit from the public anymore. Like, everything is just done so obviously now and out in the open. I don't even think that's a consideration anymore.
Okay, I was just curious about that.
Yeah. Let me set this up to where it won't at least go off the screen while I'm eating. Everybody's gonna have to pull up Trump and watch it. I would play it online, but last time I played a Trump speech, they hit me with 4 copyright strikes.
Yeah, that's what you get. Even music in the background nowadays is copyrighted.
Yeah, it's all that stupid, it's all that, Here Comes the Chief and all that shit they play in between and before and after.
Here comes the chief.
They're not playing, bro. They want their money. Whoever wrote that Here Comes the Chief song, they want every dollar.
God.
Alright, I'll be back, yo.
Just need to play Benny Hill music over the top of it.
It'd be so serious if they played some 50 Cent or some Taylor Swift on top.
Oh, that definitely. I'd probably get him banned.
Before I go, where the hell are our liquidations at?
Absorbed, I guess.
Yeah, but why is there no longs?
Ooh. Maybe a refresh?
Or why is there no shorts above? You can't tell me there's not a single bear right now that is shorting this. Something's wrong with the indicator. Has to be. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. All right.
I should let it refresh. Plenty of shorts opened up.
But they're just not popping up on frames, which is weird. I mean, on.
Are you on Binance?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you, not to say anything, but go on a different site because Binance could have issues?
I think it's just the indicator more than anything, honestly.
It's working for me on Binance currently.
Look at that whale sell, whale buy, whale sell. That thing was lit red a second ago. Yeah, big moves.
Dbloc, your graphics card's going, buddy. That's what's happening. It's about to pop.
Nah, chill.
But I haven't forgotten the promise I made you yet, but I'm far from being rich enough.
Weird.
It just could be your browser cache too, playing games with you.
Yeah, I'll reset everything when I get back.
Yeah, I'm having issues with Bybit as well, constantly refreshing. A YOLO right here.
Nah, it's the same problem on all of them. Hmm. I'll leave it here where you can see the liquidation because that's
Mine's doing the same, but on the 1 minute, I'm showing the shorts, but on the 5, it shows none.
Back
D.
to
D.
Slow bleed if it were to reverse or a quick down?
Depends on what comes out of this man's mouth.
Okay, I'm gonna stop asking questions because everything depends on this man's mouth.
Yeah, I expect it to be pretty quickly if it's. But look at the liquidations, right? There's more than enough there. So it's more of a question: will he say anything to stop it from dumping? Because at this point, they're just gonna come grab that. I think. 1 second.
You think at this point he cares about this?
One thing he cares about is the market. The one thing
Even with all the losses he's suffering right now?
that's the only thing that's going to keep you from losing the midterms.
Straight to the core.
All right.
That is just that's going straight down. Seems like it.
All right, we know what market maker motivations are. We know we're gonna have some volatility coming up, so just try not to react instantly to anything that's said. Counter reactions are usually counter trend trades are usually stronger than jumping in on the trend itself. So, right, this is good. Everything is set. All right, I'll be back, y'all. I've got the screen open, and if anything crazy happens, I'll jump back on.
The Israeli guy, you still here? Are there sirens at your place?
Yes, for the last minute. No, I have just early alert.
Yes.
It's quickly 10 minutes before. And now I'm waiting for the sirens. But I'm in a good zone.
Okay.
Just please let us know. It's great that you're here to tell us.
Excuse me?
It's pretty good for trading to be there if you're safe.
Your thoughts are with you.
Yes, it was very good in the beginning of the war, in the first day. After that, no, not really.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah. Can't imagine. Oh my god. Didn't see enough kids plasters against the wall, huh, BJ?
Look, the statistics, it's very low that you will hurt by missile eventually.
You? Or what do you mean?
Somebody in Israel that will hurt from a missile, it's very low percentage that it's happened. Now I can hear a couple of big booms.
I don't know what kind of person you are, so I cannot be angry at you.
I'm trying to be a good person, like everybody, I think.
Not everybody. I give credit to the people who are trying.
I believe in good, so I'm optimistic.
It's good to hear.
The issue with that is I have difficulties trusting what you say.
It's very stressed here, and think about that. It's the middle of the night right now, and if there will be a siren, I will need to run and wake up all my childrens and my
Brother,
wife.
I remember we woke up and our house got bombed for the 4th time. I was 5 years old. My mother wasn't home, and we were the only one in the street with the shelter. I remember those times where we got bombed. I remember afterwards the Russian soldiers coming in, taking everything we had, you know. We had one guy called Sergei who was helping us because he didn't want to participate in the war. They took him as a traitor. They tied him up, stripped him naked. They lowered him into a pit where we get gasoline out because the fumes, they burn your skin. You quite literally are burning in acid until you die. But you did have oxygen because they were kind enough to connect the tube all the way up. And then a few days later, we found his body in the grass.
Wow, I'm sorry for you.
I'm fine, okay? I'm safe now. Even then, whatever had to happen, had to happen.
You're fine, but the scars in your brain are there.
Brother, the scars in my brain don't mean shit. I'm living comfortable here. You know, I can eat what I want. I have what I want. It's the pain that people are going through now that I don't wish upon. And what I went through is nothing, you understand, compared to what other people are going through. Not even a fraction. The scars, in my opinion, is just a weak excuse for people to feel special.
Wow. Right now, there is the biggest booms from the beginning of the world war, I think.
Be safe. 47 years with kids. Don't wait until it hits your door, man.
By the way, it's very nice to see it at the night. All the explosions and all the interceptors and the missiles, and it's like, you know,
Did you participate in the war since the war started there?
no,
Because you didn't want to, or other reasons?
I'm too old.
Do you guys have Drews there?
Hello, guys. Hi, Mike check.
Hello.
What, Druze in Israel?
Yeah, Drews.
Yes, of course, they are our brothers.
Just one thing. We've been kind of like waiting for an announcement from Trump, right? But are we even sure that he will make a speech or something? Because I think it was just like the deadline he set or something. I don't know if he really announced that he will do a speech.
I think the speech is on busy right now, but whatever he says is not going to make any sense. You literally have a guy from Israel being bombed at the moment, right here in this chat.
No, it's okay, cool. I heard from the TV in Israel that the president of Kazakhstan just said that both sides agree to a ceasefire.
Is your Israeli news saying anything about a ceasefire?
Yes, they said that the president of Kazakhstan just mentioned it and says that both sides agree on ceasefire.
Interesting.
And we have a very large bombardment and bombing right now, so it's like the the desert.
Yeah, I study Druze, and I got a Lebanese family that are Druze. But I'm American now.
Look, the Iranian are all the problems in this region in the last 50 years.
No, brother. Don't lie on screen.
But there's in Israel, there's Druze, there's Muslim, also in the government, right?
Yeah, there's Druze, there's Muslim. A Muslim judge sent a prime minister to jail in Israel.
You're talking about an exception here.
No, there is no exception. Go to a hospital, you see all doctors are Muslims and a lot of lawyers and a lot of politicians.
I heard that story many times before.
You don't believe it?
No, I do believe it. Everything has a purpose, especially this kind of thing. You know how in the second war, I'm talking to you, sir, from Israel, gentleman from Israel, when the Second World War was happening, right? And when you had the Allies, and Russia was on the side of Germany in the beginning, and when they were close to the end of the war, they switched. They went to the Allies, right? So when they did that, Hitler apparently had made a remark about the genetic pool of Chechens,
My
where he
understanding is Germany invaded Russia.
no, yeah,
Are you
yeah,
talking
yeah, yeah,
earlier?
yeah, but they were supporting them. They switched the roles afterwards. It was unofficial, and what they said,
The deal about Poland to switch Poland half and half, and after that, the Germany took Poland, they start the war against them.
that was not that was there was a whole heap of reasons, but that was not it. That was not the point either.
Okay, continue, please.
Hitler made a shitty remark about the people from the Caucasus, saying their blood was not tainted, right? They are pure, blah blah blah. The funny thing is, the Chechens were actively with troops helping the people, right? They were helping the Allies. They deported, if I'm not mistaken, 14th or 24th February. I don't know what day it was exactly. They deported 700,000 of my people, of Chechens, every single living soul, right, to Siberia, and 300,000 of us died on the train. There were, and do you know what kind of conditions we were deported in? We had no bathrooms, we had nothing. We had no lavatories, no water, absolutely nothing. It was just trains where people had to stand, women, children, old men, regular men. And the thing is, why it was so embarrassing is because Chechens are very, how do you call this, modest people. So when somebody had to use the bathroom, they died because they couldn't use the bathroom because of ruptured intestines, you know. And when we returned, yeah, our land wasn't our land anymore. They had placed some, if I'm not mistaken, Dagestanis or English people in our homes. We accepted that fate because God has said that fate would be like that. But the funny thing is, Russia was helping Germany in the beginning. And then because Hitler made that little remark, they said, you guys are helping Germany as well. Whilst it was historically documented and proven, we were against Germany at that point in time. We even helped you guys. And we still got deported for no reason, based on a lie.
Thank you very much. I learned something new. Do you know Charks? Cherkessim? Charks?
Cherkess, yes, of course, I know Cherkess. They're a very small population. There's not many left of them.
So I have a village near me with a lot of Cherkess people. Very nice people.
What is your origin?
I'm Jew.
No, I know, but you have an accent. Do you speak Russian?
No, I'm not speak Russian. My family, half of my family is living in Israel more than 500 years. We usually live in Hebron, where Abraham is the ceremony of Abraham is there.
Yeah.
And there, in the last 250 years, we are living in Tiberias, near the Sea of Galilee.
Okay. You don't have any, how do you call that? Usually when I see people from Israel, not majority, but I think, well, technically, yes, majority, they've been living there for 2 generations or less. Obviously.
Yes. In Israel, half of Israel, it's people that came from Europe after the World War. And the other half is people that are expelled from the Muslim countries like Iraq, Yemen, Tunisia, and they are go to Israel from Egypt, from Syria, from Lebanon.
I know. We have Jews in Chechnya as well. We have Jews in Belgium. We have Jews everywhere. That's not. I understand, but when you use the word expel, I don't know who said it. I think it was Albert. Albert in 19 the Balfour Declaration. You know what this is, right?
Yes.
It was a statement. I don't know who did. I think it was Theodor Herzl, and he
Yes.
said,
It was okay. Yeah, continue, please.
if I'm not mistaken, there was a statement made. He said, like, we have to. No, I'm sorry, confusing the guys. It was I don't know the exact name of the person. I'll have to look it up again. But he said something along the lines of, we have to, this was before Israel was established. This was before Israel was gifted to the Jewish people, right? He said something along the lines of, our goal in life, so the Jewish goal, is to get all the Jews in one place. I don't know exactly what. I know that was one of the goals, but for what reason I don't know. And he made a come-up remark after that, and he said, to achieve that goal, even if I would have to bomb a synagogue or two to force them away to feel safe in Israel, I'm willing to pay that price. This was a major Israeli, not Israeli, but Zionist figure.
We
And
are
I'm just
the look from our point of view. The only land that promised to any people, it's this place, and it's written in all the religious. It's written in the book. We don't have any other place in the world to live in it. Any other place, everybody kick us. This is the only place that we can live on it. It's very, very tiny. We will not hurt anybody if they will leave us alone. We just help the world with new technology. This is the story.
Brother, that is such a point everybody uses. It's incredible that everybody uses that same point.
Why the same point? There is 57 Muslim countries and one Jewish country.
Doesn't matter, brother. You cannot use that. Nobody's talking about somebody gave you this land 5,000, 3,000. No, we're not talking about this.
This is starting to get a little personal. Like, you guys are doing really good, but
No, try to keep it
you're two
respectful.
individuals who really, don't have anything to do with what the states are doing. You're just two guys who are trying to do the best you can.
BJ,
I mean,
the whole
it's
world
really
is
something to see.
is based on this. What are you talking about? The whole world is literally based on this. These actions, this history. Every single thing you see when it comes to the United States is quite
I felt like it
literally
was
based
getting
on
a
this.
little bit. I felt like it was getting a little bit personal rather than just talking about the history.
Okay,
For a
I'll
second.
talk. Yeah, I'll talk with him maybe if he wants to in a different channel. I'm not gonna. This is a live stream. You're right.
I mean, I know everybody's been enjoying the history, but it just, I just don't want you guys to start like going at each other.
No, it just boils my blood a little bit. That's all.
It will not happen, don't worry.
Well, thank you for respecting what I said.
And you're correct. This is the story of the world right now.
Exactly. On that we can agree.
Thank you for sharing.
BJ, you're too kind.
Say I am. BJ's kind too.
So is Trump having a speech or not? It doesn't look like he's talking on the chart.
Both sides are saying that there's a ceasefire, but the president of Kazakhstan confirmed it, according to Arlon.
I don't see nothing about him talking right now on his live speech.
Yeah, Trump announces 2-week ceasefire, but they're still firing missiles. This is quite literally live.
That's crazy. That makes me want to. That's why I want to keep a short open.
Well, regardless, my liquidation is far off, so I'm not really worried about it.
A short. Are you short?
Yeah, I'm short. I'm short. But it's small positions. It's nothing significant.
Did you just enter your short, Eman? Or is this the one from
Yeah,
earlier?
over 72,000.
Oh, that would be a much bigger position to be in.
And be a what?
I shorted a while ago.
You got back in. You're underwater waiting.
Underwater.
Regardless what it. Well, considering what D said before, we still have to hit our all-time low. So like the 40s, right? Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not day trading at this point. I'm just trading long term. Imagine if my short now would put me like deeply underwater. I wouldn't mind, because we're still far away from September, October. So it's very likely that this will reverse, even if it were to push higher. And
Traded like that.
I'm sorry.
I'm not trading like that. I do high leverage, shorter trades.
Yeah, and you already explained to me how you did it. You always take like $100 and then high leverage. You make sure you have like a percent to margin. That's it. Well, technically gambling almost, but with a little bit more foresight.
I don't know about gambling, but I'm getting in here.
I don't want to call you out like that, but that's how I understood it. My bad.
I'm reading the chart.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm reading it too, but we could both be wrong, right?
We were both doing the same thing. We're shorted. Just I'm not putting a bunch of money up.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking with you. Man, I've seen your percentages returns, man, ridiculous sometimes. Even if you were to put in like $100 and you got like 2K% back at it, I was like, holy moly, that is insane.
Yeah, I'm due for a win.
Do you let it liquidate always? Imagine if you were to put like that, or do you actually put a stop? Imagine if you go in green.
Yeah, sometimes. If I get in profit, I'll put a stop loss and I just keep getting struck out a bunch of times. I'll get in the profit, the stop loss into my entry after it gets away from it. A lot of times it'll come back and get me.
Yeah. Brother, I've already asked you before. I said something about your voice. If you don't mind, would you remind me?
About my voice?
Yeah, I said like you sound like you're cold. You have a cold.
No, I'm not.
I said something along the lines of you said like you just woke up, and then you said like I don't know what you answered, but you made it clear that was.
I smoked for many years.
Oh, really? That's why that is.
I quit now.
Okay. That one.
Let's be honest. He sucked dick in that Maserati.
Yeah, my goodness. Kevin.
Is that? Anybody see who that was?
Who do you think that was, BJ, huh? The one guy that does.
No, I don't know who that was. Was that you?
No, that was not me. I'm not gonna talk stuff like that. Not even in private life.
That is Kevin.
Yeah. You ask the guy. I'm not gonna click.
I'm just trying to find out who it is because we can't talk like this in here. It's very disrespectful, and we're on YouTube.
He knows. It's the one guy that doesn't give a.
Okay, well, somebody DM you.
That was not me, BJ. Just so you know, that was not me.
It's AI on. I'm AI on. Not BJ. AI on.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Oh, you sound.
It's okay. Now you know.
I haven't heard a voice in a while. My bad.
Did somebody say what I think they said?
Yeah, and they need to at least. Well, I'm gonna have a discussion.
Sucking something in Maserati or something.
Yeah. Anything that anybody who thinks that you can, come into this group, whether you pay or not, and be disrespectful and say things like that, knowing we're on YouTube, you're not going to be part of this group. So knock it off.
Kevin, you gotta apologize.
The thing is, he's been in this group for years, I think.
Man, regular, just shut up for 2 minutes. I apologize, Aeon. It was a joke between me and Emet. And sorry that I mentioned this. I forgot that we were on YouTube.
And all of YouTube. I want to make jokes like that, just DM them. We have a community to protect, and it's disrespecting Dbloc and all this hard work to put that at risk.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
I forgive you, Kevin.
Sorry, Matt. Are you now mad? Hey, Jolt, where is Jolt?
How you been, Kevin?
I'm wondering where Joel is.
No idea. Have you moved to America yet? Yeah, I'm not gonna address that, Matoshi. The guy is a little bit, yeah, childish.
All right, I guess Trump's not having a speech.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
It could be good for one short.
Yeah, in that sense, it's definitely good.
Oh, Maestro Joe is muted.
Oh no, Joe.
Yeah, he's muted. I'm speaking with him.
How come I can't hear him?
He will have had a bad day. Maybe Dbloc is a little bit angry.
Yeah, too much vulgarity.
Joe, I can't hear you. And I don't have you muted.
Yeah, but Dbloc muted him.
Oh, even I can't hear him.
He's sort of muted.
There
Looks like it
we
happened
go.
looking at
What
chat.
happened?
Probably just the usual.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And Joe, you're on a big timeout.
Should make a song about it.
Oh, he's typing.
Well, he could type on YouTube.
He's in Discord.
Or you could type in the chat.
Yeah, he's typing, but he hasn't typing yet.
Oh, if you get server muted, you can't talk only, right?
Yeah, you just turn your mic on to talk. But you can still chat and everything.
I think in all these years I have this like for 4 or 5 times seen happen. It's the white claw, man. The white claw.
Okay.
I think it
Alcohol
was
is bad.
I think it was the evening that he mentioned 14 times. And good night, guys. Gonna leave you guys. Good night, guys.
I think it was after
Alcohol.
he came back. I don't know. Joe, was it after that? I remember hearing you kind of slashed at one point, but I can't even remember when. And it was only for a second, so it must have been right before something.
I remember I was sleeping and I suddenly heard Dbloc saying "shut up" and you're blocked.
Oh, you must have been on your best behavior, Joe. You'll be back. Just be good for a while and lay off the sauce. You don't need it.
Yeah, stay off the alcohol, my guy.
Conditions are building up quite quickly above us. People are getting over leveraged. Suspect a little drop and a wake up.
He apologized, guys. No need to bother him anymore about it.
Dump it, dump it. Bear market dump.
Should have dumped already. I think it's gonna stretch out a little bit, unfortunately.
Always taking forever, man.
Yeah, if it takes forever, it goes back up, and then tomorrow suddenly it breaks through and goes deep quite hard. Is he speaking at this moment?
No, he's not speaking yet.
Maybe he didn't achieve his entry level yet, and he wants to get it go a little bit higher, Mr. Trump.
Well, it's not a good look now, is it, that he's late? Kevin.
Come on, stop it. Stop this. Sell volume increasing. Good. Good choice. Stop. Stop it. Going down.
So the plan is to have a nice short from 72 at least.
You think it's gonna fill the CME gap if it were to dump?
And maybe catch something in the 50s as a long.
Is that a front running again? Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, if it
Seven.
were,
That is super dirty how they didn't get it though.
It's
For,
not a
for me, it changed everything that they didn't get it. That's what I was going for. I even had my sell order set, everything.
Yeah, me too.
Emma, we're expecting this to fill the CME if it were to drop, right?
I mean, I would count on it happening here eventually.
But you think we're gonna go deeper than that if the CME gap were to fill, or we're gonna linger around that one? Has Dbloc said anything about it?
I mean, nothing never goes in one direction straight. There's going to be bounces and everything. So, but ultimately, I expect to get it in the bear market. Hell yeah. For me, the question is can I get my short to stick here at this price? So high leverage, or they're going to get me out. I'm going to have to put it back in.
It's gonna be a tight one, man. It's gonna spike up soon.
I want to put it past them. I know they're going to come over 75 or 74 or whatever. Really
What's
get it
your
popping.
what's your entry point?
I'm right here, brother. I'm really close, like 72 something.
I'm in 72, 650.
Oh man, you beat me. That's really good. I wish I had that.
I'm still not convinced this is a good entry point.
I think you're gonna you got a high chance that you nailed it.
Yo, Kevin, you're still short from that high. And you didn't take any profits all the way down.
Already took a lot of profits. And this is already closed off. Didn't trade for 8 weeks or something like that.
That's a nice trade.
Should have hedged with you, man. I would have did good.
For once, I should have listened to Drew today. When he
What did
came
he
in.
say?
Yeah,
What
I
Drew
was
say?
there. I was there at the exact moment.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
didn't talk
started doing
about
all
the
his sound effects, and you know how he does.
Yeah, that's the problem. I know how he is.
What did he say, man?
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
Like usual.
Come on, sucker. Right down.
Just relax, man. It's gonna go our way.
Somebody is getting leverage fever. It isn't going quick enough.
Yeah, they're just parking me here.
Just top up the leverage, add some more money onto it and make it a 5-minute trade.
Support.
Just do $3,000 for $400X.
Oh,
It's
no way.
fine.
I thought about it, leave. I'm doing $8,000 on 400x 8,000 position.
There we go. Now it's pushing. You see that, Imad?
Yeah, it's printing now. Keep it going. That's
I'm
my
doing
margin.
There we go.
I'm
My
doing
margin is
112,000.
Bro, imagine Trump comes on and it's nothing but good news.
So the news. We know the deal. Like they're gonna keep going. Them rich bastards need to sell into this. All right, so far so good. My $20 is holding.
Well, what's your leverage, Imad? $20 on how much leverage? 400?
$20 on 400. That gives me $8 grand. It's not a lot of money.
Just do $200 on 400.
Man, that's a good size though.
I'm not gonna go that big. I'm just taking it easy.
Pussy.
Man, Kevin, you're gonna get kicked, my guy.
Nah, he's right. I should have made it bigger. I should have
He's always pushing it, always pushing the limit, man.
I should have put 40.
Nah, too late. No, maybe you can add.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
To be fair, though, it is a pretty risky area. So
Yeah, it is.
you can always add to it.
So the amazing.
I'm gonna see if I can build it.
No, don't get tempted, my guy. Come on, man.
The MAs are getting open at this moment, but still convinced we're going to have a rip up. And then I just add on to the short.
To what level you think is gonna rip on?
Going to touch that 71.5 area. It's going to blow up.
We're almost there.
Where is your entry position of your short, Aeon?
It took 1 minute. It is 6998. It's just a little bit though, not that much.
That's like
My ETH is a little bit bigger.
that 3K point. That's a small position, I assume, right?
Yeah, it's not too much. I used to have more Bitcoin, but but I had a bad couple of weeks. So I'd like to build it back up into more.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 71.5.
It's a much better position. But either way, I mean, there's a potential that both of us could end up with relatively the same.
Yeah, the crazy position is from Kevin. The guy's like from 75, 76 or something like that. He's still in it, I think.
So maybe you can wait for a rip up until 72 and add on your short a little bit to have a nice higher entry. Because that's
but that'll lower my
72.
liquidation. So I'm just going to play it safe.
Yeah, but the 72, 69 era is going to go quite quick.
I mean, I'd have to add money to it, and I'm not going to do that.
No.
You know, that's
No.
I had a bad couple of weeks,
That's
but with
bad trading.
much
That's
left,
bad
I'd
trading.
have to rebuild. You know, from that, I don't let myself. I mean, if I absolutely stop, oh, mom stopped me. I was in profit. Yeah, I just have to make some rules for myself. Like if I lost all of it, I would add more, not a lot more, because if I can't rebuild, it shouldn't take me that long. I was just on tilt for a while, a couple weeks. If I can't rebuild, then putting in more money isn't going to help. I need to. It just puts me in a better mind state when I build from a smaller amount back to a higher amount.
Wow, a lot of people are short since 72.6, 72.5. Good positions.
So, but I learned from the past, if I'm in a position like close to the top, I always double the amount that I already have in a position because I'm convinced that it was the top, and that trade plays out always quite nice.
Where would your stop be, Kevin? Imagine if it were coming close to your entry. Would you get out on time or
I don't
break
use
even?
stop loss.
Okay.
Only if it's in the profit, I put it in the profit.
Oh, so you close out before it hits your break-even point, right?
No. Can't suspect that a trade goes after 5 or 10 minutes. Can put a stop loss immediately, from my opinion, non-leveraged.
Yeah. No, that I understood. I just meant, for example, right now, you said you had a position open pretty high, right? Short?
No.
Then I heard you wrong. I thought you said to Imad your short was at 75 or something?
No, 72.5.
My bad, man. I misheard you completely. Man, that's at the tippity top of it, man.
Here we go.
Hey, Kevin, you might have not heard my question before, but or maybe you don't want to answer it. You said something along the lines of you were planning on moving from Belgium to America.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about private things at this moment.
Okay, I get it.
Let's go. Death candle.
And hold up, it has to break 71.5. The 5 has to cross 13 as the first sign.
It's a bear market, man. We gotta fade it.
Just full ported, huh?
No, never.
Technically, you're always full porting, huh, Emma?
Oh, no.
No, that's something for Kevin.
And $20, brother. The rest of my port.
With his trades. Actually. I mean, it seems with high leverage that person wouldn't be, but
And cheat. But make the exchange pay to give me money.
At the end of the road, it's the same trade. If you put 5,000 in it or $200, it's the same trade. High leverage and low leverage. If you cannot accomplish the same trade with $200 or $5,000, you can't trade.
Psychology is different.
No, your entry point is the same. Your stop loss point should be the same if you use a stop loss, and your take profit point should stay the same.
For an experienced trader, yes.
Moment we're always catching knives, or if you reverse the chart, catching points. So you're always aiming for the tops or the bottoms. It stays the same.
for me, I find when I'm using higher leverage, I'm more precise. My entries. It's just a different feeling.
At the end of the road, you should be always that precise on your normal trades too. And YouTube, this isn't me promoting leverage, far from.
No financial advice.
What you're saying is absolutely correct. It's just a preference.
Well, it's a given. I just mean to say psychology is different when you have more money. In the beginning, when you're still learning, obviously.
I don't know why, but I was trading with a lower leverage and higher, exactly what you said, it's the same. But for some reason, maybe I'm just become a little superstitious about it because I was having, maybe it was a little more difficult to trade during the time that I was trying low leverage. And so I've just had more success with higher leverage because of when I'm trading. I don't know. It very well could be a superstition, but it is exactly the same. So it doesn't really.
I'd rather lose $1,000 with this black swan than 10,000.
I agree. I'd rather lose.
I pull out the same amount daily, so. I'm not speaking about non-leverage trading and big positions for the long, but as daily scalps, nah. Or you do no leverage, or you do leverage on high leverage, simple.
I think the problem that comes in with high leverage for some people is they're over leveraged on high leverage.
Yeah.
Like I'm high leverage right now, but I make sure that my my liquidation on ETH is 3,600, you know, so I don't have half of my, if I had half of my bag in the trade.
Yeah, leverage doesn't
I would
really
already
say
be
anything.
liquidated. You know?
It's position size that's important. Leverage is relative.
Or they don't put a stop loss when they need one.
That's the
I
most
didn't use
important
a
thing.
stop loss. I had been using a stop loss, but I was getting wrecked and we weren't moving.
Yeah.
So I just finally, I honestly don't think I'm any more underwater than I would have been if I would have kept trying to get into a position with a stop loss because it was wicking, and
Also, the problem
I
is
probably would still be the same P&L right now.
the entry amount should, from my opinion, on a high leverage rate, if you make 5x from the entry amount of your trade, you should take profit. It's like $5 and $25 profit is taking profits. That's a correct rate on leverage because that's the normal, let us say, stable trend going trade. You can make a lot more, but at the end of the road, you're gonna get shakeout zones.
Greedy.
Yeah.
Can't be too greedy.
I just trail my stop loss, and the closer I get to feeling like it's going to turn around, the closer I have my stop loss profit, or I don't even know the words for that. I'm having a brain blank. But yeah, so because I'm basically taking profit as it gets closer to where it seems like it's going to turn around, but I'm leaving that tiny bit of wiggle room just in case. I'm moving my stop loss closer and closer.
I just look at the trend, to be honest. That's pretty much it. I don't scalp.
And also maybe something quite important is always leave a small runner, even if it is a $1 runner.
Well, for what purpose, Kevin?
Because a $1 runner can give you sometimes $500 if you wait a week. Easy.
Wow, okay. I thought maybe you meant something psychological or something.
No, because if it goes for a week down and you're still in that runner from Monday, that gives you.
Yeah, I get it. I just thought maybe for other purposes besides the obvious one, obviously.
I always play with 200 or $300 per trade. If I hedge it 600 and it's always on 200x. So if I take profits from 90%, sometimes it's 20 or $30 that I leave in a trade.
Yeah, Kevin, I already know your details. We talked about this a few months ago. You still trade the same way as then.
Doesn't sound bad.
Why? He's good. He's making his money.
We'll give it a try. 100 on 200.
We're creeping down.
Trump still hasn't talked. That's crazy. So I'm reading the comments here, right? And it said like there was supposed to be a ceasefire announcement, Or right as they were announcing that, they were preparing for it, the bombings were going on, so that is not a good look. Uvalgo.
Yeah, man.
Is it quiet there?
Yeah, it's quiet. Nobody hurt in the last sabotage.
That's sabotage, huh?
Man, it's quiet without Joe. Strange. Strange.
Well, you're a suitable replacement. Just less drunk. Let's add to the position, guys.
The shorts are pretty relentless above us. It's unlikely that they're going to leave them. Possible,
Yeah.
but unlikely.
They're just holding off because there's no certainty when it comes to a Trump speaking. I think that's just a trigger. I think. I don't know for sure. Dbloc said it multiple times. We just have to wait on what he says. But he didn't say anything about him not saying anything, so that's a question mark.
That's true. I just thought you said you were going to add to your position. Then
No,
again, I
no,
don't
no.
know.
I'm already in a position 71 and a half, so I'm barely in green. It's a very small one. It's
That's right. Yeah, I don't know why I thought you heard that.
yeah, and I apologize for mistaking you for BJ. I haven't heard her voice in a while, so I thought it was you because I haven't heard many other females. That's why.
Oh, just wait till you hear Tana. We sound a lot more similar.
Honestly, through the microphone, even just only if you have an accent, you can separate the guys. But in my opinion, everybody sounds the same.
Yeah, I have trouble distinguishing between voices.
Yeah, I definitely do.
I have face blindness too. And so, I mean, I have face blindness. I have ADHD, so I have all sorts of things. But I can meet somebody, and I can meet somebody 5 times, and unless something stands out with their personality, I don't recognize them.
Is that a disorder or is that?
I suppose it is. I mean,
I
after
think
it's not all the time. It's not like I never recognize a face, but I'm much more likely to recognize somebody by their personality, their face.
maybe I learned a long time. Everything has to do as what you deem important. So you might think it's it's a disorder, but it might just very well be that you're not interested in the people as other people are, and that's why you don't recognize them.
I mean, being that they're acquaintances, probably.
Yeah, of course. And for example, I'll give you a very small example for myself. I used to be very good with names a long time ago, but since I've been put in a position where I have to come into contact with a lot of people, I don't remember a single name. I don't even the people I've saved in my phone, I don't even know who they are. I just know I contacted them a time ago. And mind you, I'm not old. I'm only 29.
There's just so many people that we meet now with so many names, and we're meeting people online all the time. You know, it's just information overload.
It's not important. That's why you only remember the important stuff.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
It was something scientific. It's the same. If imagine if you were to start a new job, you would know the ins and outs. You know, you would know your schedule on the top of your head. But like the second year you're working there, even after a few months, when you lose interest, yeah, then you just have to write it down for you to remember.
Yeah, and then ADHD makes it extra spicy.
Well, what exactly is ADHD, if you don't mind me asking?
It's attention deficit hyperactive disorder, and basically it's just a way of saying the brain works a little bit differently.
In a good way?
Sometimes it can be a superpower. Like, even though it's hard sometimes there also is hyper focus, where nothing else exists except for what you're focusing on at the moment, or it can stretch on for hours and hours.
I had one guy who had something like that. Now he's got a PhD, and think he's a rocket scientist in America.
Oh yeah, you have a rocket scientist friend in America. Is he fun?
I'm sorry?
Is he a fun person?
He was a very kind person. Very,
Kind?
very aware, very intelligent. I think he holds the record here in Belgium. You have like university in Ghent, right? He has the highest scores since 1970. He had, if I'm not mistaken, summa cum laude, but he had A grade, A plus, or whatever you call it, on everything, which is unheard of.
Wow.
So yeah.
Where did you meet him?
He was in my class. We studied the same course.
Did you say that already? I might have
I'm
missed it.
sorry?
That's part of. I don't know if you already were telling me that. That's another part of the ADHD thing is you miss like pieces
No, I
of
haven't.
conversation.
I don't even think I ever talked to him.
Oh, okay.
This is
Just
the first
making
time.
sure. Well, a
No,
pleasure
no,
making your
no.
acquaintance.
Do you talk to yourself with your ADHD?
Likewise.
What was your question?
Do you talk sometimes to yourself and your brain?
Quite often.
Yeah.
I've learned to be friendly with myself.
Well, you don't, Kevin? You don't talk to yourself?
I have ADHD also, so I know what she's going through.
The trick is to become
Brother.
friendly with yourself. Because once you
Bro.
can become friendly with yourself, it opens
Yeah.
up the world.
Hey, I'm pretty certain a lot of people talk in themselves.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's different.
With ADHD,
Oh,
it's
Kevin.
loud.
Now I know why you're such a weirdo.
No, I'm not a weirdo. I'm just selective.
It's a joke. It's a shitty joke, Kevin.
So what I noticed, if things go quite stressy, you talk a lot to yourself and you make up situations. That's a bad part of ADHD.
Yeah,
And
there's
at the end of the day, get nothing done because of just thinking about too much.
Procrastinating.
But you are
Yeah,
more creativity. Guys, good night, everybody. Thank you for the conversation, and see you.
See you later.
Good night. So which pills do you take? Or don't you take any medicines?
I used to take Adderall, and it helped. Now I take modafinil, which is off-label. It's actually a narcolepsy medication that's non-stimulant.
Which one? Which one? Modafinil?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like it.
got that laying. I got that lying here as well.
Keeps me on task a little bit more.
It ruins your REM sleep, though.
What's that?
It ruins your REM sleep because it has a half-life of between 8 and 16 hours. It's very taxing on the nervous system.
Oh, yeah. I haven't had any issues with that, fortunately. But I went hardcore for like a year. My business was going crazy and I was getting anywhere from 0 sleep a night to a couple hours of sleep for like a year. And it was rough. But my body, the second I want to fall asleep, I'm asleep. Like my body has compensated and my watch says I'm getting enough REM sleep.
Yeah, I got modafinil, which is modafinil, but twice as strong, and it doesn't have any drawbacks compared to modafinil, if there were any.
There was a time that I was having only 4 hours of sleep, hyper focus every day for like 3 years in a row, and I was just keep on going, no problems at all.
Was that when you were building your business?
One of the businesses, yes. But the thing I was I used a lot of wheat in the past, and I noticed when I use wheat, that's better than every medicine that I used before.
In combination, you mean?
No medicine, only wheat. It helps the best with ADHD, from my opinion. But at the end of the road, you don't eat well, you don't sleep well, and it
There's
has its
drawbacks.
side effects also. So it's yeah.
Everything has
I
the
tried
drawbacks.
that, but it wasn't for me. It didn't help at all.
Yeah, I have to say now I'm 1 year clean, nothing.
Congrats.
Thanks.
1 year.
I'm
You
about
did
6 years clean from all substances except for my modafinil.
well. I've been taking modafinil just to get the business running. Actually,
It's very helpful, and it has a lot of positives like improved decision making,
the
alertness.
scientifically, the only thing modafinil does is it shortens the procrastination time. So the amount of time you need to make a decision, it shortens it. That's why you make them quicker. You're less, but that's pretty much the only thing it does. It just keeps you
But
alert. That's one thing.
that's what it does on a normal person, but it reacts different on an ADHD person.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Alertness is like heaven to me though, because
The
alertness is
brain,
the opposite of what I am sometimes.
the brain of an
Alert.
ADHD person is quite different than a normal one. It works a little bit different than a normal person.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't take into account of that. I don't have any issues. I'm just taking it for
And
sleep.
ADHD people are not sick people or don't have issues, if you know what I mean. It's just different. That's what I wanna.
No, that's why I asked her specifically. Like, how do you see it? As far as I know, people who have ADHD and are on the spectrum, they do have superpowers in most cases.
The hyper focus they all have, but they are all different. Some people are aggressive, some people are just quiet, some people are just overreacted, overrimpled.
Yeah,
They're all different. I think you have 20 different sorts of ADHD.
diagnoses. I understand. I never knew
Like
you
for
had
me,
ADHD, man.
I'm always in the moment. Like the future doesn't really. I know the future exists, but like I love. Like I work all the time, so as soon as I get home, I do my exercises, get in bed. I love that time when I'm, done with work, getting in bed. It's just nothing to do but relax. It's like my favorite time. But while I'm at work, that it doesn't even exist. I don't even think about it. Like even when I'm driving home, I'm driving. That's all that exists is driving. And then when I get home, I have that glorious time, and that's all that exists. I'm
Man,
jealous.
that I'm jealous about that because I'm always thinking in future. So my thing that at this moment, yeah, and I'm relaxed because I'm a little bit tired. It's 3 o'clock at the night for me, but in the day, I'm always in the future. For me, at the moment, I'm not living at the moment. It's always hurry, 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 hurry,
Yeah,
thinking.
but you're running multiple businesses, Kevin. What do you expect?
Yeah, it's not that.
Whenever you catch yourself in the future, you try to ground yourself in the present, it will reduce your anxiety a little bit.
I don't have anxiety.
Because usually when we think of the future, usually it's anxiety, and when we think of the past, it's like sadness. If there's any sort of thing going on that isn't, you know,
No.
just generally, I mean, it's not 100% rule or whatever.
Yeah, you have to be grateful for what you have, to be honest, if you have a good life.
And then the thing is, with weed, I was always enjoying the moment, like you're having your moments, if you know what I mean. That
And
was
that's
the
what I
difference.
liked about it.
Kevin, you know what you are? No, no, I'm not gonna make the joke.
Bitcoin is preparing to take a big dip.
Oh boy, away if you're wrong, huh?
Aeon or Ion, I don't know how to speak your name. But one of the first time that I hear you speak, I thought you were an AI voice.
So, Kevin, have you been busted lately behind the wheel?
No.
Because they are setting up police officers quite literally in the bushes here in Belgium.
Yeah.
They had the big controller. I don't know. It was at the entrance of St. Nicholas. I think everybody got their licenses taken away. You know what it was for, right? Eating and drinking behind the wheel, huh?
Sure.
Sure, if you had like a piece of candy in your hands, yeah, it was done. 2 weeks, no driver license.
Yeah.
Right, the new law.
It's always control in St. Nicholas.
I swear to God, I don't understand, man. Every corner, every hole.
It's a shitty region.
Yeah, it really is, man. The biggest.
Too much Johnny's, too much.
Kevin, you haven't seen it. The Johnnies are gone now. It's allemaal.
Wanna be big boys.
Yeah, exactly that. Have you ever been to the stationsplein there?
No.
Oh my goodness, you don't want to pass them, man. You see these little Afghan kids, for some reason just fighting there.
Yeah, and then if you say that they should go work or do a little bit normal things, you're a racist.
Oh, I don't give two shits. I am an immigrant myself, so I don't care. When I see these people, I confront them immediately. You remember me, right, Kevin?
Yeah.
What's good, family? Just got back from the gym. Give me a couple minutes to get settled and I'll be on. What's going on, everybody? What's the word, chat? Had family sort of pop up out of nowhere.
Hopefully for the better of it.
Yeah. It wasn't like an emergency or nothing.
Good to hear. Not as lucky on my side, but
Oh, that sucks, bro.
yeah, holding in there. But we'll get through it.
Did oil continue to drop? It looks like it wants to continue now. So how many days did it take this time? Five days. Mm-hmm. Kind of hits a little different when you see it like that. Huh? You've been so zoomed in. Yeah. Not only that, but you know, you haven't truly had a real break of structure on the daily yet. Like this wick was easy to discount because it was just like volatility, but now you're gonna start to put in your first lower lows and lower highs. It's not the oil overreacted. As long as the oil's flowing through the straight, even if it's just for 2 weeks, it needs to be repriced. We better hope that the true price per barrel is closer to low 80s, or else we got bigger problems. Even if the war, is settled. But only reason it was sitting at 115 is because of obvious closure of the strait. or I should say, VIP status of the straight. It wasn't closed. It's a private party.
So what you thinking, Dbloc, with the 3-day down invalidation?
We already invalidated, so we've got, you know what, 2 days left to trade by momentum until we can test market maker to see if he's back in control or not. But right now we're hovering. We haven't gone after any of the market maker motivations yet, so I can't say that he's in control. But as far as macro, like if we just get rid of all this and just look at structure for a second. So we're still sitting on that SR, right? From last cycle's all-time highs, from our longest consolidation period in history for Bitcoin to this retrace now. But more importantly, what I want to look at is this downtrend. This is what everybody will be talking about tomorrow if we pop above. Right. Bitcoin broke its downtrend on the daily. Rockets, rockets, rockets. If we get this precise, hold on. Err on the side of most touches as long as you don't break bodies. Don't want to be accused of being inaccurate. So this will be something that the bulls are looking at tomorrow or pointing at. And then obviously we have the usual suspects on the bear side. Oh shit, would you look at that? I swear that wasn't intentional or anything. Try not to let the daily buzz blind you to what we've seen before. Right? If it pops, it pops. Cool, let's get it. 800, 200 EMA, as crazy as it sounds. But if it doesn't, and we've got such a recent example of being in the same exact setup, you know, that's why I try to stay tempered. Trust me, I want to be hyped with everybody else. My portfolio goes up as Bitcoin goes up as well. But gotta try to stay level-headed until the price proves itself. Head and shoulders, M patterns, W patterns, it's all there. Everything. Adam and Eve. A head and shoulders pattern he's talking about is here. My bad, I'm like smacking in your ear. It was good though. You know that pound cake. It's just like plain pound cake. Usually, you just walk right by it. Like, nobody's first choice, but grandma always gets it. I'm not gonna lie, under the right circumstances, that shit is amazing. This is that Head and Shoulders that he was talking about in YouTube show. Yeah, I have to stay bearish in the bear market on the macro. But what we're talking about here isn't that. What we're talking about here is, can we get a week of bullishness out of this, right? Can we squeeze some of the, good news and get some money out of the run? Or is this just going to make people FOMO in tomorrow just to get wrecked? The way we did last time when we got up to our uptrend. So I'm just trying to stay on top of it. But I'm short-term bullish, mid to long-term bearish. Right, so let's give both sides here so we can be fair. On the bullish side, you have your W. Right, hasn't completed its move yet. It would need to break this uptrend, obviously, to be able to do that. If we break the uptrend, that's where my instinct lies. And then the measured move for that would be up. The 92. You guys already know how I feel about this. Just telling you what the pattern is. I have zero, when I say zero, I'm like, I have zero hope in that happening. I would need the chart to prove tons of shit to me first. Especially since you could break this, reject off the 800 and still be inside this bear flag. So I don't draw these big patterns out until there's confluence, because it just gets people. Yeah, exactly. It gives people a bias, and I don't want to do that, right? But so when you look at the bearish side now, it's the same one we've been looking at. And easiest way to do it is just to copy over the bar pattern. Right? If we do reject off of this again, then I bring it down so it makes a little more sense. And then bring you up like that, and bring you up like that. Right, so if we reject off that, off what right now is our daily bear market downtrend, then I'm expecting that to play out. Now, all at once, probably like 52 first, and then we find our bottoms, then we get excited about making buys. Yeah, if you invert the chart, it's hard to sort of ignore it, right? Like, if you are bullish here and you're like, nah, it's just like it's gonna pop and go, then you'd have to say that you don't think this is bullish. I would throw a bag at this. Not so much. Right? Not till it proves it. Now, you know me. Type 1, type 2 entry, 1000%. Right? People that are scalping, that are like surfing this retrace, you haven't had any reason to sell out yet. right? You literally have no reason to say. If you on the macro, right? If you got your type 1 entry there and you got your type 2 entry here, be waiting for your type 3, type 4, even if you thought that was possible. Right, your stop loss would still be down here somewhere. 6.5 something. But for people that are scalping, right? And for people that are on leverage, they can't take a drawdown that size. Then your job is to sort of catch where this thing's going to pivot from. And in my opinion, there's two possibilities. There's two possibilities that have a high enough probability to even mention right now with the the evidence we have right now. That could change tomorrow. But the first one is a rejection, right? Same as we did here. The second one is your 800 EMA continues to come across. We pop up, break out, but get rejected off the top of the bear flag, and then end up playing it out. I can't give it anything above that because until we break that downtrend and until we break 7.6, I can't even consider anything higher. Right? We're in a bear market. You can't look that far ahead. But the good thing is if you prepare yourself for that move to here, right? Like if you do play a setup to go pop and it continues, you're still in the trade, so you're cool. Just can't be scared to take the trade. Yeah, I mean, like if two people came in here and argued both those points, I couldn't. They'd both be right until we had enough evidence, which is why I said like we don't have enough evidence. I'd be like, yes. Like someone came in here the other day and was like, up or down, question mark. And I said, yes. Exactly. The news, the shit that comes out of nowhere, that stuff is always out of our control, right? If things run the way they've run in the past, then probability's on our side and we can use that, right, to navigate the market when it's acting quote unquote normally. But when it's under, direct effect from constant news every second, like it has been today and yesterday, the best trades tend to be the counter trades, right? Like if something bad happens and price just dips, right? Like you don't chase that huge short, right? It's best to like wait for the setup for the recovery, right? Same thing with these pumps. When things pump like this, if you don't manage to catch it, like you don't want to just yeet long, right? Just breathe, understand. Okay, there's a exhale and an inhale. I missed the exhale. I'm just gonna chill out and I'm gonna wait for the inhale and then I'm gonna catch that. You can't zig without a zag, right? There's no yin without the yang. I would really like to know what's going on with my indicator, though. You know what? Let me do this. Anybody else's liquidation levels just tripping out? Hold on, let me see if resetting this fixes. It's everybody's, right? All right. It's time to pull out the backup. I haven't had to use you for a while. If you're doing it too, then it's the... There we go. Oh, faithful. This is V2 that I never deleted. Just for moments like this. I think I have to, let me fix it, because, and you can't get rid of the dead bodies on this one, which is horrible. And I have this set to a threshold of 1 million. I could probably do, let's go less than that. Let's go, what, 0.5? Hey, we're so back. Overwrite chart signal dot P. Yeah, all right. Yeah, the one that we use is like V4 or V5. But the dude has never open sourced his shit. Honestly, I got fed up with my AI and I put it on the shelf as far as trying to get a reliable liquidation levels. Yeah, V2 is old school. I don't want to stare at OI all day. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's lazy, but you just give me a good, you know, just give me a good visualization of where the open interest is, and let's call it that. Nah, I think they use open interest and distance based off leverage. I really don't. There was another one before that worked good. We lost that one completely. Yeah, I still have to dig into the technicals of the ceasefire, but the buzz that's going on now is that when the Iranians released their copy of the ceasefire in Farsi, it had a line about accepting the continuation of the enrichment of uranium, that the U.S. was basically okay with it. And now everybody's like, okay, which version is right? Right? And if their version is right, then why was that conveniently left out of the English version? Or are we just dealing with a typo situation? Because that's a pretty serious typo. Like, there's typos, and then there's like typos. Man, I don't know any more than anybody else, but I do know one thing. from where I stand, from how I was sold this whole thing, if we come back home and they still have the ability to enrich uranium, then we lost that war. You call it what you want to call it, but it doesn't really feel like a W. Yeah, exactly. Go as far as I'm concerned, it's just another week, right? It's just another week where the weekly cycle got invalidated, and we've got to play by momentum for a couple days.
I'm all in. Let's go. I'm all in on the typo. It might be like one of those fraudulent typos or whatever. Or what's the word I'm looking for? It's like some psychologist name.
Freudian.
Yeah.
Freudian typo. That's funny. Basically. Yeah, we already broke the Ichimoku on the weekly, Alex. We go take a look at it real quick while this is just cooking because we're sitting here. I'm gonna find the right chart. There we go. Alright, where's our Ichi at? So on our list, on our checklist of things that we're waiting for during the bear market, we have price breaking the Ichimoku on the weekly as a bit of just a warning sign, right? That things are going to start to capitulate. Why is my Ichimoku line all weird? Hold on.
You got mad because you called it itchy. It was like, nah, I ain't itchy. I'm Ichimoku.
Alright, so in the past, as the Ichimoku's broken the cloud on the weekly, right, it started our sort of capitulation. If we look at where we broke, this is the one that matches our time the best, right? This is the overlay that we've been looking at forever. Where we are now to where we, just for people who haven't seen it real quick. Basically just mirroring the price action we've had, right, on the way down. Well, this section right here that we're in right now was here. And as we broke the weekly Ichimoku, as the baseline broke out of the leading span B, which is right here, right, which is that white line. Let's make it a different color so that it doesn't get lost in the mix here. Right, so that yellow dotted line. Let's go back.
Yeah, the white lines on Ichimokus are almost like super trends. Like you can play those like super trends, like the ones underneath.
So here we broke right there, and then I'll just do one more just to give you a bit of reference. And here we broke here. So what it usually signals is the capitulation, right? That your next capitulation is soon. If we go down to daily time frame and go all the way back to the one we were looking at. We'll cover all of this shit in class, but right, so from the point that crossed, there was a bit of a pump up, and then it was just the beginning of the next capitulation down. Same sort of deal here. Nice, decent pump up, right? Significant pump up, but it just flattened out and then ended up in its capitulation, which brings us to the bottom. This next capitulation takes us to the bottom. Everybody's screaming that we're at the bottom already. It's like, it is pure hopium. And then this time here, right, which is the one that I said that looks like where we're at the most. Price started to come down. We put in a new high. And then we rolled over. Right, slight new high, nothing big deal, but put in a new high. And then the capitulation came. Right, so that signal isn't a sell everything signal. That signal is start paying attention, because your next impulse up could possibly be your last, right? So let's get rid of this overlay. And then let's go back to the weekly. So here's our break, right? Happened last week. So if we drop the line where we broke, and then we go to the daily. Right, it broke. We're having that pump up, giving us a slight higher high. Could it go higher? Yeah. It could. You could break up. And that's why I said that this bull flag, or this bear flag, sorry, is like my top uppermost limit. Like that's if things are as bullish as they can possibly be. And this is too high because this flag is down here. My bad. What we did today, if you noticed, you go down to the 15-minute and just zoom into the bottom of this flag. What we did today is we came down and we held that bottom. Right? And then we had our news event that pulled us up off the lows. So again, in my opinion, the clock's ticking. Question is it going to be like last time? Or do we pop up and hit the 800 and hit the top of the bear flag before we roll over? Makes sense. It's just inverted right now. It just micro, mid, and macro. That's one of the things that needs to be fixed. It's just gonna have the times there. That's me talking to talking to the AI and it putting shit that I said into the indicator when I'm just trying to use it to explain to it what I needed as far as ranges. It was taking me too literal. I just literally haven't had an hour to sit down and start digging back into it again. I've been swamped.
Yeah, man, AI is getting crazy. I have a feeling the way, like the exponential growth of everything and like the agents, I think by 2028, it's going to be basically like us kind of last of the Mohicans against the robots, like trading. Like all the other traders going to be washed out. There's going to be like the last 2% that survived or that are like still like throwing in dry powder from their hard earned money at work just against the robots.
Low-key feels like that already.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting, you know, I mean, you can see even the DeFi protocols, centralized protocols, they already got like APIs ready and ready to go for agent, very agent friendly, especially the DeFi apps right now. Like even PumpSwap, they're like creating agent bots that you can do auto buys and like burn supplies and rebuy your, you know, do buybacks and things like that. It's getting wild. And music too. It's like now artists are just gonna like instead of flying like, you know, someone over like, yo, I'm not flying you to the studio, just talk, you know, say whatever. I'm gonna sample your voice, run it through AI, and I'm gonna write the lyrics and say how I want you to flow, you know, and just do it and bang. And they'll still get the royalties. Like Kanye was about to do that with his last record, but he's like, nah, I'm gonna fly them over. You know, he had some people like that dude, Big Blunt Joe or whatever, and like he had like all these famous artists on AI, and he was like, "Yo, I'm just gonna jack it and use AI." But then I guess he was like, "Nah, let me fly him in and get their real voice." But soon it's gonna be like that. Like it's just gonna be, and there's gonna have to be some kind of authentication process that's gonna be big money right there. Whoever comes up with proper, easy, like AI kind of, you know, fall out whatever authentication to know if something's natural or not, human or not. That's where the money's going to be at, I think, or a lot of money at least.
I don't know. I guess people used to say the same when people started sampling instruments.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Where you're like, nah, that's not a real instrument. That's like a, you know. But like, do people really care now? Like at this point, people don't even care if it's
right.
I think people slowly get used to it and then just, you know, go with it over the time.
Yeah. At first, like some people went wild with like Kraftwerk and like the electronic synthesizers, and we were just like, yo, you know, it's gonna kill. There's not gonna be any more violin players. Not gonna be more cello players. Nothing. Bang! It's gonna kill orchestra. You know, orchestra and violin still survived. You know, but it's people went crazy like trying to ban it at first, and same thing.
There's
And then
always
yeah,
going
like
to
you
be a
said,
premium for live performances because of that. And then the more it gets like that, then the more of a premium there'll be.
but yeah, but then guess what? Then like a few generations down the road, the live performances, you're not going to be able to tell if they're live anymore or not. So you're going to have to authenticate those too. Yeah, there's going to be like, yo, are those people on stage? So you're going to have to be like, are they robots or people? You know?
Damn, I need to have a clean the office stream. That's what I need to have.
You know, I need to have a clean these short stream right now. Pump this outer space because I'm all in. Let's go. Just for a quickie, you know, short time bullish, short term.
Now's the time. Now's definitely the time. And not the time to like long. Like if there's any bulls listening, not financial advice, obviously. But if you're like a bull whale and you're like, nah, I'm ready to put my daddy's billions to work, just do it on spot.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, if you hit the shit too aggressive on leverage, you're gonna get spun on. So just, take my word, just lay off the leverage and throw some of daddy's billions on spot and watch what happens to the chart.
And be careful with micro caps on spot because that's like leverage.
I don't even see any alts right now, to be honest with you. I'm so off of alts for right now.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm looking for sleeping giants. So I'm just like slowly. I got a few positions and some that are they're dead. They're like so far down that I'm just like, just in case it gets a little breath of life, I want to be in it. But if it drops, it's like, all right, whatever. I was just like, going back in some historical charts and just looking at some of these alts and just like, man, like the biggest, most vicious moves were when everyone was kind of like looking away and it was just slow, silent accumulation by some dudes that knew they're about to pump the hell out of it sometime, and they're just slowly under the radar accumulating, not causing any hype, nothing. And all of a sudden it's like, by the time everyone's looking and the chatter's on Twitter, they already got their button on the sell ready to dump on your head. But yeah, getting like, I'd say anything under like 10 million is basically dealing with leverage. Like even if you're on spot on like plays under 10 million market caps, basically almost like trading leverage. But I wouldn't really know because I never traded leverage. I mean, I have borrowed some money to buy the dip though off my girl. You know what I'm saying?
That counts, bro.
That's leverage.
That's
right?
a different type of margin call.
There's different ways to pay it back too.
Where's my money?
Sometimes you can pay those back in deeds too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you'd be rubbing feet for a week.
All types of good stuff, man. Rubbing feet, I wish. Damn, that would be the good life. I'll do that all day. She got me doing dishes and all types of crazy stuff.
That's screwed up, bro.
No shame in my game, though.
So I'm not mad at it. I'm gonna wash some dishes. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, treat it as a meditative process. I just can't use the dishwasher too. I'm just like, nah, man. It's just like, I got it, bro. I'm not gonna use it. I'm just gonna wash it myself. But yeah, so 2 weeks right now. I mean, I guess Pakistan's the mediator. They're saying, all right, we got 2 weeks of breathing room, right? So
Bro,
now,
Pakistan being the mediator is so crazy, though. But go ahead.
That is definitely wild. I'm just saying. So now it's like, all right, 2 weeks of like extra tension on top, basically, because the last thing that was said was basically civilizations are going to be wiped out or whatever. So people,
Yeah, with an S on it too, like not just one, but several. Like, hey, we're like all really close out here, right? What's funny about Pakistan? Not funny, but what's really sensitive about Pakistan is the UAE and Pakistan have a mutual defense agreement where if one's attacked, the other steps in. Right? So in my opinion, one of the main reasons that Iran hasn't attacked any civilian infrastructure in the UAE is because Pakistan gets involved and it's mandatory that they have to get involved, right? Because they've got a pact, they've got a treaty. They got nukes, several. They're not trying, they got.
Yeah, man, that's so feisty because then like you got India who got beef with Pakistan.
Bro,
Really
it's
cool
that's how
with the
things.
US.
That's exactly how things spill over. That's how things go global, and that's not good.
Yeah, it's crazy right now. And who would have think? It's like everyone thought, you know, it's like everything's kind of not as localized and you know stuck on right now. Everyone's stuck on that Strait of Hormuz, but like, damn, don't all these other countries they produce oil? I mean, we got U.S. producing oil. We got other countries like
Yeah, but
Africa
we want to
produces
buy other people's shit. We know what time it is. Yeah, we want to be the last country with oil when the shit runs out. I think that's the plan, bro. The plan is just use everybody else's shit, and then when everything runs out, we're like, haha. But we're good now. We're good on oil. Not to mention, I mean, our production has never been the problem. We just don't tap our production.
Well, yeah,
But
exactly. I'm starting to.
after Venezuela too, I mean, we're pretty good right now. Our reserves are chilling.
You just think we're just using that as excuses. Yeah, and that's what I'm starting to think. Like these are just excuses to spread the imperialism, you know, put down the flag and be like, all right, next. It's been happening for
That's why
decades.
I think that the drill baby drill thing never really is not going to take off. I don't think either side wants it. I think it's a long-term plan to leave the oil in the ground, and I don't think it's a bad plan. Honestly, it makes sense. If you can get it cheap somewhere else, then just stack. You know what I mean? Stack what you got. Leave it in the ground where it's safe.
It'll be wild though if they do come up with some kind of crazy technology that's better than like electric motors and safer. That really, you know, is easier to tap into. But I guess that's not going to be for a while. But that's the thing. Like the countries, they don't seem that dependent. That like it doesn't seem like all so serious. Like all right, there's going to be some logistical problems if they can't go through the strait, but
No,
they
it's
still get
it's
to oil.
affecting. It is affecting. I mean, some countries more than other. Like Cuba right now is damn near in a revolution over it. But
Well, that's
again,
not just
intended
they got a whole
purposes.
circle. That
I think that's
they got
intended.
in Cuba though they got a whole bunch of ships circled like around the
Yeah.
perimeter of Cuba, not letting any oil in.
Yeah,
Like they
and it
kind of trying to
wasn't just.
strangle.
It wasn't. It has nothing to do with the strait. It's more to do with Venezuela because that's where they got the majority of their oil from. So we cut that shit off. But countries are going through their reserves. No.
But to me, it's pretty clear. It's just like it is what it is. It's like same story, different day. It's been happening since medieval times. Just part of imperialism. Like even with Iran, it wasn't really about the nukes and weapons of mass destruction, you know. And that came out to like later, like decades later, they figured out like, oh, there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iran. It was just, and then with Gaddafi, it was like, oh, Gaddafi really wasn't planning on doing all this. He was just trying to make a gold standard and just be an isolationist, you know. And then now it's like even with Yugoslavia, go back even to Romania, it's like even Egypt, man, they just create a little bit of static and then go in, put down their flags, and then like put in some puppet governments and just keep it moving, you know. Same thing with Romania. Romania is just a puppet government for the US right now, basically.
Fly, it's not broken on the 2 week. It broke on the 1 week. The 2 week still has plenty of time. If we do just a little quick time analysis just to see from where we were, right? First dip on the weekly Ichimoku down here, let's just roughly say we're about there. To the point to where it actually broke the 2 week was about 126 days. Right? If we were to run 126 days from where we are now, that takes us into August. That's just like, again, that's not science. That's just to give you an idea time-wise. So by August, it would at least be inside the cloud, approaching a break, in my opinion. Yeah, we still got some time. Still got some time.
Yo, dude. YouTube might be down. I know it is on my TV.
YouTube, we good?
Yeah, we good.
You might just have to reset it. I appreciate you, Marco. I have thought about just copy and pasting the entire chat sometimes on the days when y'all have just absolutely lost your shit and making an animated short out of it and not even telling you, just playing the short and letting you listen to yourself. See how long it takes you to realize. I guess now I screwed it up, but
Foiled your own thought.
it is sometimes be like that.
I stayed on that.
That would be funny as shit, though, especially like when people get to fighting. Cause some of the fights be so ridiculous, bro. Like for real. You know how when you're heated, you don't realize how ridiculous something sounds because you're in it, you know. But to hear two cartoon characters going back and forth spitting the shit, you'd be like, you would have to laugh, bro.
Oh yeah, probably have some gems. Remember me and what's his name? I forget. Not too long ago, got into a little bit. He's like, trailer trash, this and that. I forget what it was about. Manny or something. His name was.
We've had some classic ones, bro. We've had some classic fights. Yeah, that makes sense, Neve. That would make sense. The day with all the robos would have been a funny ass recording, right? You would have just had just endless robots spawning in, and then Roboballs just losing his mind in the middle of short circuiting and shit.
Big bots coming in. I mean, too big, but you know, a little something.
So these indicators, right? I made them for the school, and one of them, the one in the middle that gives you like the faster sort of updates. One of the triggers is big buys. You weren't here, so we had to like put you into the indicator.
Good looks, man. Hell yeah. Yo, Elon's taking his time with this X money thing. He's been teasing about it.
He talked about that shit just long enough to get people to stop keying his Teslas, and then he shut up again. He's like, we got to give them something that they want. They can't just keep scratching up these Cybertrucks.
Yeah, I also think the Republicans got to deal with him or something, or Trump, or because when he was pushing that whole new America kind of, he cut down on that America new political party or whatever you wanted to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there is some kind of little agreement that happened under the table between Trump and Elon. That Trump was like, dog, if you don't shut the F up and stay in your lane, dog, it's going to get feisty over here. And I think Elon had to back it up a little bit, and he realized he kind of overstepped his boundaries.
I don't know. As a businessman, I wouldn't want any parts, man. Especially after what he went through, I'd be like, you know what? I'm so good on that shit.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Elon's like secretly plotting to wait for that administration to be out, and then to come in like a wedge in between the Dems and Republicans to do some crazy stuff. Even though he seems like he stepped away, like he's not going to do that anymore. But I think he's going to come in with a sneak attack.
He can't even run for president though.
Nah, he'd have to just back somebody.
He has the money to back. Yeah, he has the money to put like who he wants. You know, he's got that loot. So if he makes a political party, he's gonna create a little chatter. You know.
I wonder who that could be. Baron Trump.
I think he would get someone like Rand Paul or something like that. Someone that's almost libertarian, not pro-Trump. He's kind of still like, I think
Bernie.
Kind of, yeah. I think Bernie's too like. I think Elon would consider him too close to communist or socialist.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Maybe like a Mike Pence type of guy.
I don't know,
see,
bro.
like,
Can we just pick somebody under 50?
Yeah, Rand Paul is like around somewhere around there.
Somebody in their 40s, man. That's it. You know, I'm not saying it's gonna fix all the problems, but like, you know, unless what you're telling me is that there's nobody capable under 70 years old in the United States to run the country. If that's what you're saying, then cool, I'll go with it. But I mean, that's basically what we're telling the world, right? Like, all our young people suck. You know, the only people we trust with the country are like, again, and nothing against being old, right?
Went in pretty young.
That's the last. Yeah, that was the last time. And then you saw how that sort of excited people. Clinton and Obama, yeah. Although we just made like a bunch of Republicans' heads explode. But it's not our fault, man. Put somebody young up.
I mean, I'm technically Republican, even though I'm not. Like,
I was just in the middle, man. I'm just watching decisions that both sides make. Like, okay, interesting choice. You know, like, it seems like such an easy thing to go after the younger vote. Like, they try so hard to go after all the other votes. I don't understand why. You know what I mean? Like, they just really don't care. They figure out they'll cover you. You're part. You know, you're part of another. You know, we'll get the young women with the women stuff we do, and we'll get the young minorities with the minorities. Like, but just like young people in general, like as one group. You know.
I don't even think they're right.
I don't think they can do that.
They're getting votes from like dead people if they want. They're getting votes from wherever they want.
I think you can capture the young vote with just like one way of running your campaign.
I think you can. I think it has to be the right person, but I definitely think you can, because they've got more in common than they don't. They're all coming into this piece of shit that we're leaving behind. You know what I mean? And they've all got the same worries. How the hell am I gonna get a house? How the hell am I gonna take care of my kids? How do we fix this shit? You know, like there's some ties there where the right person could come up and say the right thing and bring young people together. I think not it. Knock on wood, just saying. But y'all got any ideas? Nope, not it. See, that's why I said it, Price. I'm not in it, bro. I'm good. Sideline, baby.
I mean, until we do open source blockchain, like verified, authenticated voting, that's open for the public to see and verify themselves whether their vote got registered. And I think, you know, right now, it doesn't matter what side wins. Even when Biden won, even when Trump won, the voting machines are rigged, and it's not rigged by one side or the other. My theory is powers that be like sometimes having the left in, sometimes having the right in. You know, they got to have that yin yang little, you know, left right wing drama to to do what they got to do.
Bro,
So
my mom
I
my
still
mom
think they
came
both started an
over.
account.
My mom came over the other day for me to change the brightness on her phone. Like we're so far away from being able to. It's an age thing, right? Like, have you ever been like? When's the last time you went and you voted and you saw anybody in line that was like under 40? There'll be some sprinkle, but it's really just like a lot of older people, right?
Yeah, especially old people.
And to get, I mean, God forbid you're stuck behind the sweet old lady that doesn't know how to use the machine, and that takes an hour. And now you want to get them into some blockchain. Like, I'm with you. I'm 1000% with that. That's how it
Yeah.
should be. Everything should be on chain. But we got like a bit of a user sort of issue, you know. I think we gotta get a little older.
But even if there was like easy, anyone that can check their email can actually verify to see if make it easy somehow, just like via email, to be able to verify if your thing got registered or not. But they could do it. They just don't want to. It seems like the post office came up with a patent too, as blockchain. I think we talked about it like years ago, me and you. It was like the post office coming up with some kind of idea for blockchain voting, and I guess they never used it. They were supposed to use it, but they didn't.
I mean, but if the person that we vote for gets in and doesn't do what they said they're gonna do, does it even matter? You know?
I mean, you're right. It doesn't technically matter on like the outcome, but for like the kind of process, that the due process of keeping everything legit, it should be verified. Like it should be open source and verified, because if it was, I think there'd be a lot of surprises. People who be like, "Oh snap!"
I hate when the shit is all slow like this. Like we're literally waiting for each time zone to wake up and react to the news.
You're back.
Go check on Bobby, see what Bobby's doing. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
Over the last, I think it was like past month, did Google, they had some type of quantum research breakthrough? in terms of like security of Bitcoin. Didn't really get to look into it too much.